Hi all, this is Dr. KG Shanti, Professor, RMK College of Engineering and Technology. Now in this presentation, we are going to discuss about the body area network architecture. A BAN consists of network of computing units that are used to perform context-aware ubiquitous operations to aid monitoring and autonomous actual applications in healthcare. Now, to put in simple words, a body area network is mainly concerned with monitoring and actuate applications in healthcare. For performance monitoring and giving feedback in military, leisure, and sport applications, body area networks play a major role. The architecture of a band can be summarized in the following categories. So, what is the hardware used? What are the various network topologies? What is the communication technology used in the band architecture? What is the software? How are we going to deploy the sensor nodes? What is the physical environment? And what is the energy source? How is the energy source provided in a body area network? Now, coming on to band architecture, now look at the various sensors, either wearable sensors or implanted sensors. Look into you have a blood pressure sensor, you can have a ECG sensor, pulse oximeter, EMG sensor, and you have what is rotation sensors. Now, the information collected by all these sensors will be sent to what we call that is central node, right? A computing center, right? Now, which we call it as a data hub, okay? Right? All the processing is done in the data hub. Now, the signal from the various sensors is sent to the data hub by using any of the wireless technologies, for example, Bluetooth or Zigbee. Now, the processed information from the data hub is sent to the that is to the either to the doctor or to a medical network through the internet, right? So the information is being transmitted from the person, that is from the body to the say medical doctor or the attender, right? Now this is the forward path. Now, based on the information that is received by the doctor or based on the analytics, the feedback operation or the feedback mechanism, or what is the feedback or what is the action to be taken, is sent from the doctor's side back to the body area network. So, these are the various things in the band architecture. The nodes in the band are of varied capabilities. They can be classified into two categories. One is sensor nodes, which are implanted or wearable medical devices, and they are simply of low capability wireless computing platforms interface with sensors and actuators. For example, a PPG sensor, right, interface with Tesla Telos modes, right? And you know what is meant by PPG? It is photoplethysmograph. It detects blood volume changes in the microvascular bed of tissue. Okay. Next is you have another set of nodes which are called as base station nodes, and they have higher computational and communication capabilities. Example, smartphones than the worker nodes, right? Sensor nodes are going to be called as the worker nodes and are used for disseminating information to and collecting information from worker nodes. The base station controls the entire band and can reach every node in a single hop. It has significantly higher computational and communication capabilities than do the sensors, and therefore all the sensors send their data to it for processing. Note that unlike in traditional wireless sensor network application, where there is limited control over the sensor networks after deployment, the BAN is a fairly controlled system being under the supervision of a patient or medical personnel at all times.
My name is Sabrina Wallace. Welcome to the Synergy channel. This was a body area network introduction from 4 months ago from this particular physician. The reason that I selected this introductory 5-minute video, I hope y'all can hear me okay. This is the College of Engineering and Technology, an autonomous institution. Looks like New Delhi, and body area networks 22EC922 for body area network architecture. And as you can see, it's the same exact thing every time because these are architectures of systems. Thank you, Rumble folks. The important component we're going to go over this evening as quickly as possible is that this system is fully deployed and it is overseen by the appropriate telecommunications authorities. And there is nothing classified that you will be seeing. There is nothing I am showing you that cannot be found and looked at openly, discussed openly by other parties. Parties. There we go. People, whether you're a student or a professor, a person who is networking for a job, you are part of the conferences, you are part of deployment standards, whatever it might be. It's time to start talking about what we're doing with people's bodies. That is something our channel has been very focused on to try to alleviate the anxiety because it's not going away. Okay. So we're going to take another look at a short here.
In healthcare, we see more and more elderly populations who need constant monitoring of their physiological state. And we're seeing an increase in the demand from our healthcare systems. So we opt for alternative solutions which are based on technology. And this is possible because of another trend, which is the miniaturization of electrical components, which allow you to end up with a systems much like as this one, which we developed in our lab, which allow you to physically to monitor physiological activity of the body and relay this information wirelessly to a remote location for triage, analysis, and also for a physician to take a look at.
Using these snap connectors, we can attach this device to a patient's chest. It should transmit my breathing rate and every ECG signal to the computer.
I'm doing mainly signal processing work. And so what I'm doing is taking leads or measurements from a patient where it's looking at the electrical signals of their heart. And I'm reconstructing the measurements that a cardiologist or someone who looks at the heart is used to seeing by using a fewer number of measurements than what is traditionally done. And this makes it more comfortable for a patient, it makes it more convenient for a caregiver, and it's just an all-around better system. The next step is to see how robust it is to moving across the skin, and also to see if this algorithm works over longer periods of time. So most of the measurements so far have been 30 seconds or a minute, maybe up to 2 minutes. But if you want to do a long-term monitoring situation where you send this device home with someone, you want to make sure that it works after a day, 2 days, a week, so you can monitor them over a longer period of time.
So I would say there are two basic novelties with our system. One is the use of this unique use of the wireless channel around the body, and the other is the acquiring the signal with a reduced number of measurements. Again, our job here is to replace the multi-wire system that goes on the body with a much more compact and easy to wear system.
Okay. Never trust any wireless device. Yeah, Carrie there mentioned the FCC working groups meeting weekly. or excuse me, hang on a moment. Double check that. Yeah, there we go. FCC, Federal Communications Commission Working Group meets weekly. Well, here's where we're at. I'm going to go ahead and mostly in this video, I won't be talking as much once we get started with the FCC presentations that I've got here. However, to the people out there that don't know what that equipment is behind that guy's head, okay? Rochester Institute of Technology, Campus Connections, Body Sensor Networks, 1.2, so just over 1,000 views. RIT professors and students from the Kate Gleason College of Engineering are developing non-invasive medical monitoring devices to streamline medical services for patients at hospitals or those receiving in-home care. They've designed a prototype for wireless electrocardiogram systems in the college's communications lab. The device uses half the amounts of leads or wires found in the traditional electrocardiogram system. Here's where the problem is. This says November 30th, 2011. This is a 13-year-old video. And let me double check. Yep. So for those of you that are in electrical engineering and you continue to tell people that we have no idea, what are you talking about? We don't survey human body communication. We don't know anything about MAC IDs. We don't understand what you're talking about. Securing wireless communication with implanted medical devices, not just under the skin, but on the skin around the body. You mean like the wearables as well? Yeah. Do you think that this technology has been upgraded since 2011? It is currently November 2025. You think it's been upgraded, or do you think they're still using the same system? This is a formal and very firm warning to electrical engineers and radio frequency engineers and all of you that are in biomedical engineering. We see you very clearly. It's time to start communicating adults to adults about how you are monitoring our blood flow and our under the skin communication systems. Because on this channel, we believe in people. We also believe that people deserve the opportunity to know what is happening to their body with appropriate documentation, whether from formal education, the Federal Communications Commission, and the FDA, and the spectrum allocation with our most up-to-date physical layer, meaning your skin for everybody. Because those of you who work these jobs failed your friends and neighbors by denying that you even knew what a MAC ID was. I hope you can consider being an actual professional, and the next time someone asks you about the medical body area network, you can respond with appropriate, up-to-date, open source standards. We also, here on the channel, would appreciate anybody in these industries, young or old, please consider when people ask you about the medical body area network or its cousin, the wireless body area network, please consider telling the truth about wireless connectivity. Thank you for your consideration. All right, so now we have a couple more here to move through. And as I said, as soon as we're done with this component, we're going to go right into the Federal Communications Commission. If you have questions as we're going along, I will try to keep an eye on some of the chats. And I want to say thank you in advance if you are someone who's just trying to learn. I am going to be creating a PDF based on these videos to go with it by tomorrow morning. It'll be on the Synergy channel on Odyssey. I'll leave a link in the description under these videos. We need the professionals to step up, bring the anxiety down, please. It doesn't matter who talked about what and where and who's working for who and where. To those of us who understand the new Health Care 4.0 with CMS Medicare here in the United States and other countries with the same kind of deployment for human health and safety. People have got to be brought up to date so that they understand what they're looking at with their family. Thank you for your consideration. All right, here we go, folks.
Welcome to the Cyber Physical Systems Lab at Rutgers University. In this video, we are going to demonstrate our wireless wearable system for activity recognition and vital signs monitoring. The objective of this project is to give contextual information to remotely captured vital signs by simultaneously monitoring human physical activity. This correlation of vital signs with physical activity will have a tremendous impact on developing inexpensive solutions for remote health monitoring and diagnosis in the developing world. Also, health monitoring for health risk analysis in long term can also be enabled by this correlation of physical activity with vital signs. The goal of our project is to design and develop a wireless wearable suit, which is nothing but a body area network of non-invasive, non-intrusive wireless sensors. This system should be capable of recognizing human physical activities on the fly using information from inertial sensors. Also, it should be capable of collecting vital signs and correlate it with physical activity. Health fitness monitoring systems enable numerous applications apart from simple medical diagnosis. Some of the applications include rehabilitation, sports medicine, and geriatric care. However, current systems for health monitoring suffer from a lot of drawbacks. They rely on the expertise of paid personnel to operate them, or they rely on self-reporting. Remember that self-reporting creates biases in human behavioral studies. Also, current systems are intrusive in the sense the subject cannot go about doing normal day-to-day activities while being monitored. Also, current systems are non-pervasive. For example, camera-based systems rely on a controlled environment and have privacy issues as they capture anything and everything in their field of view. Now, let's move on to the two tasks. Task 1 is the real-time recognition of physical activities using inertial sensors. The inertial sensors that we use in our system are accelerometers and gyroscopes that give the linear acceleration and the angular velocity respectively. These inertial sensors are attached to shimmer modes, which are specialized biomedical sensor modes. We collect raw data from different body sites using a wireless sensor network of these shimmer modes. As you can see in the illustration, the shimmer modes have been attached to the arms and legs of the subject. From the data collected using these shimmer modes, we use machine learning techniques and a novel window-based algorithm to classify and recognize human physical activities on the fly. For task 2, which is remote collection and real-time processing of vital signs, we use specialized biomedical sensors, here ECG sensors. ECG daughter cards are available on the market that can be interfaced with shimmer modes. We collect the raw ECG data from these shimmer modes and compute the heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is the variation in heart rate over time. Heart rate here refers to the beats per minute. Why did we choose heart rate variability? Heart rate variability is a very good indicator of the health and fitness of a person. Even though the resting heartbeat is supposed to be low for a normal healthy heart, the heart rate variability needs to be high. Abnormally low heart rate variability translates to increased risk of future health problems and premature mortality. Now, let's move on to the videos demonstrating our solutions for real-time recognition of human physical activities and remote collection and real-time processing of vital signs. The video on top demonstrates our solution for real-time recognition of human physical activities. The video on the left shows a subject performing different activities, and the video on the right shows the system recognizing the activities that are being performed. The subject has shimmer modes attached to his arms and legs, which have inertial sensors sitting on them. Our solution for real-time recognition of human physical activities collects these raw data from these sensors and uses machine learning tools and a novel window-based algorithm to recognize activities on the fly. As you can see, there is an inherent delay between the activities that are being performed and activities that are currently recognized. This is because the system can be tuned either for accuracy or for delay, and we have tuned the system here for accuracy. Now, let's move on to the second set of videos. In the second set of videos, again, you can see that the subject is performing different activities on the left, and the graphs on the right depict the ECG data that is being collected and the heart rate variability that is being computed on the fly. The ECG sensors attached to the subject transmit ECG data wirelessly to a base station. The system computes the heart rate variability over 10-second intervals, and that is what is shown in the graph in the middle. The graph at the top shows ECG data for 10-second intervals. When the person is not performing strenuous activities or is at rest, you can see that the beats per minute hovers around 60 to 70, which is the normal heart rate for an average healthy individual. When the person shifts to performing strenuous activities, you can see a sudden increase in the heart rate. The heart rate increases and hovers around 120 or 130 when the person is fully exerting. Now you can see that the subject is fully exerted and the heart rate hovers around the 120-130 mark. The bottom graph shows the heart rate variability computed over time. You can see that when the person was at rest, the heart rate was around 60 to 70, and when the person was exerting, the heart rate was around 120 to 130. And the slope here refers to the heart rate variability, and this is an indicator of a healthy heart. When the person is coming back to rest after a strenuous activity, again the heart rate dips to around 100 and then slowly transition towards the normal values of 60 to 70.
This is the Rutgers Cyber Physical Labs, a demo on body area networks from 2010. Additionally, We have shown Rutgers multiple times here on the channel. Cyber Physical Systems Laboratory Research 2010. Okay. Can everybody hear me all right? Whoops. There we go. Trying to keep an eye on both chats. Okay. So here we are in 2010. This is in the Synergy Tech Metric PDF. Researchers at the Cyber Physical Systems Lab are investigating communication, data fusion, and information processing challenges. Thank you, sweets. With wireless body area networks for biomedical applications. One of the topics in this area of research is continuous vital monitoring for trauma triage using wireless sensor networks. And as you can see, this is from 2010. Okay. It's also about WBAN interference mitigation so that you are not reviewing two bodies at once. You are only sending the signal to the single body area network that you need to access. In the same way that we use VPNs for our cybersecurity as a single person on the internet, the same cyber biological security is applied to route vital signs safely by law over the internet. 2010. Okay. Now I have another one. Nope, it is the same one. Okay, good. So this is your Rutgers University, what you're familiar with here on the channel, and what is in our TechMetric PDF from 15 years ago. The reason that I am showing things this way is for those of you who have been misled or gaslit by people who have told you that these systems either A, are not fully deployed, B, are only in military secrecy, or C, that they are unknown. College students 15 years ago were doing just fine with these systems. Hang on just a second. I was looking for another picture. Okay. All right. Excuse me. So this is an example 9 years ago, like the WBAN Omnet, but this is QualNet. This is a type of software that they use to review advanced signal processing. You'll see the backbone wireless here. The wireless body area network is over here on the right. Here comes the signals coming down to different people. Now, as you can hopefully see in this example, from 9 years ago, PhD projects for software that has to get the right signal from point A to point B through the internet or wireless connectivity. And up here at the top, it says wireless body area network for medical health care. You have a physician here. You have what looks like a database or a server. Then you have a wireless body area network 1 and 2. On the left-hand side, under animation filters, we have event filters, all node mobility, node link, broadcast packet, multicast packet. QualkNet is well known, like NS3 and OmNet. Here are all the signals, like when you send a text message with your cell phone that your eyeballs do not see, but the software sees the signals via the wireless communication just fine. Okay. Very important to understand common sense. Just because it's an industry of business and education, professional degrees that you, for whatever reason, did not know about, were not involved in, that does not mean that these systems do not exist. It means that that's not your industry, and that is okay. Okay. Yes, network slicing in the packets, you bet. Whoever this Carrie Pay person is, thank you for being here. So, body area network market share, essentially, KBV research 6 years ago, the global body area network market size 6 years ago is expected to reach $17 billion by 2025. A wide range of factors are contributing toward the growth of the market. Some of what market? Global body area network market. Some of these increased utilization of smart devices for tracking physical fitness and the availability at low cost, rapid advances in medical devices and communication technologies, supporting government and hospital programs to facilitate digital health care. Body area networks are the localized wireless networks, which can serve a wide range of medical purposes, ranging from tracking vital signs to monitoring the working of implants. These devices also perform advanced endoscopic exams. Conventional methods of patient monitoring include the connection of physiological sensors between the patient's body and a dedicated signal processing unit that is placed nearby through unwieldy wires. These wires apparently restrict the mobility and comfort of patients. Several studies suggest that these wires can also lead to in-hospital infections. Furthermore, motion artifacts from the connected wires can affect the measured results negatively. Same information, same body area network, same conventional monitoring. Body area network market by component, body area network by device type, your wearables versus implantables, body area network market by application, and by geography. Research methodology, SEC filing, annual reports, trade journals, blogs, articles, government associations, quantitative and qualitative aspects of a given market, okay. I wanted to make sure we have an example of money and why people are investing. Okay, that's my QualNet. All right. So now we are going to the FCC and FDA, that's your Federal Communications Commission, Food and Drug Administration, joint workshop 10 years ago, 2015, former FCC Commissioner Clyburn, Federal Communications Commission headquarters in Washington, D.C., wireless remote health care gives medical body area networks a clean bill of health.
Great. If everyone would take their seats, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. We have such a full agenda today that every minute counts. So my name is Karen Onije. I am the Associate General Counsel of the FCC, one of them. I also serve as Chief of Staff of the Connect to Health FCC Task Force, and we want to welcome you to today's FCC FDA workshop, Promoting Medical Technology Innovation, the Role of Wireless Test Beds. This workshop is just another step in the ongoing FDA-FCC collaboration and leadership in promoting innovative medical technologies. It has been organized by the Connect to Health Task Force, the FCC Office of Engineering and Technology, and our good friends at the FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health. We're really fortunate this morning to have with us key members of the leadership from both of those agencies, both the FCC and the FDA, to offer greetings to all the discussants and participants this morning and to kick off today's endeavor. As I said, we have a very aggressive agenda plan, so I'm not going to take a lot of time on these sort of preliminaries. It's just my distinct pleasure to introduce the Honorable Mignon Clyburn, Commissioner at the FCC. She is a champion of health IT issues here at the Commission. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Clyburn.
Thank you, Ms. Onije. And one of the reasons why I've lasted so long in DC is because I know my place. And so I say that because the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission just walked in. There was no way Karen, Ms. Onije, sorry, whispering formal, could have seen him. So at this point, I present to most and introduce to just a few the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Mr. Tom Wheeler.
Because I'm not going to be long. Number one, applause, applause, applause. That's it. I do want you to know the reason I was late walking in here is I've just come from the doctor's office, okay, where I gave blood, something that we need to work on the technology so that we can do it without the stick. I like that. Okay. And the doctor's office, I know this will surprise you all, was backed up, which is kind of a microcosm for everything that's going on today and some of the great promises of healthcare futures, particularly driven by wireless devices. I want to be real clear about one thing. This lady is the reason that we are here today. The driving force behind the mHealth initiative, the telehealth initiative here at the FCC has been Commissioner Clyburn. And we are all incredibly grateful to you, Mignon, for your leadership in this and for continuing to drive this, this forward to bring together the kind of group that we have today. Because, you know, we've all lived through watching how mobile has changed businesses and changed the way we interact in our daily lives. And you scratch your head and you say, you know, you ought to be able to do that same kind of thing. Delivering healthcare is not the same as delivering a voice call. Delivering healthcare is not the same thing as delivering Angry Birds. And so what's great about what you've put together today is to bring together these kinds of experts to talk about the importance of test beds and the importance of making sure that we take advantage of this great revolution and get it right. So Thank you, Commissioner Clyburn, for all of your leadership, and thank you to everybody who's come from FDA and elsewhere to participate in this.
Thank you.
And back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, let us welcome and thank the chairman. None of this would be possible without his leadership, his budget allocation, and I'm appreciative. And I believe, and probably, that's important. And I'm going to ask for something else, so I'm going to be very nice to him today. One of the things that I want to make note, and maybe you do this on every birthday, I believe this is your birthday week. Am I right? Next week? Okay, well, we'll start early. We'll sing happy birthday to him right now. Okay. I knew it was close to mine. Hint, small hint. Y'all, you guys missed my birthday? But anyway, seriously, I would like to thank the Connected Health team for everything that they're doing to bring about awareness and focus on this very important role of wireless test beds. Throughout history, the medical field has gone through several transformations thanks to the work of innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, and many of you in this room. Take, for instance, the discovery and invention of the X-ray machine. Remember the X-ray machine? Prior to X-rays, there was no way to look inside of the human body for diagnosis or treatment except for cutting a patient open. With this invention, all of a sudden, there was a new non-invasive way to diagnose injury and disease. Eventually, this discovery would also lead to improve ways to treat patients by helping visualize during surgery or other interventions. In today's digital revolution, healthcare is in the midst of yet another remarkable transformation. Dr. Eric Topol, one of the nation's most innovative thinkers about the digital future, has said, "Nearly everything we can do in medicine can be done remotely." If you take a moment to really think about it, the implications behind that statement is huge. It indicates an extraordinary shift in the way healthcare is being delivered and received. At the center of this shift are wireless medical networks and devices. In the same way that X-rays use an invisible property in order to produce incredible changes to medicine, wireless networks, also invisible to the naked eye, power devices that are transforming healthcare. Today's innovative technologies are completely changing when, how, and where medical care takes place. Virtual doctor's visits and wireless monitoring devices allow the consumer a more convenient way to get the care they need and to get that care when they need it. In addition to convenience, these innovations are also making it possible to reach people that previously have been difficult to reach. Health disparities based on geography or socioeconomic status are being bridged through technologies that make healthcare more accessible and less expensive. Healthcare providers are also seeing a shift in the way they diagnose and treat illnesses with the help of wireless technologies. For example, patients are being sent home from the hospital sooner after surgery or a major illness with the help of in-home monitoring systems. Physicians can continue to keep track of recovering patients at home instead of keeping them in the hospital or a clinic.
Okay, so for people who have less time, a short attention span, sitting here and listening through all these people speaking could be challenging for you. We are 8 minutes in. What she just said was already happening 10 years ago. You have to keep in mind that we are watching the FCC and the FDA and other professional people 10 years ago. So when someone tells you there's no medical body area network, there's no internet of bodies, we don't do these things, it's all tied up in R&D, it's secret with the military, you are being gaslit, or whoever it is that is telling you this either is ill-informed, they're not educated, or maybe they have a secret military man friend or previous job experience in which they were not directly involved. There could be numerous reasons why the person telling you not to trust yourself, your own eyes, your own ears, okay? There could be several reasons why they really believe that it's all magical or it's not real or whatever. Now it is upon each individual person to grow up. All of us have been in this like weird dichotomy of, well, it's not on the CNN, but it has been. Well, but they didn't call it this phrase, but they've been working on it. And as the phrases have upgraded with new technologies and additional services, this, if you hear it, is your Health Connect. That's the same CMS Medicare system right now today with your health records or on the QR code on your phone. So because this is healthcare, every single person, even if you're young, we all have to be mature. We all have to answer to these different divisions, because if something happens and you have to use a United States hospital, health level 7 is the standard measurements, connectivity, services, and that standard uses electronic health records. For example, here on the Synergy channel, we do not elevate gossip or conspiracy theory. We do elevate real, documented, deployed systems so that other people can learn. So as you are watching, please keep your ears peaked for those of you that continue for all the different terminology. If you've been on the channel, this is going to sound very familiar to you, okay? And for the rest of you that are going to dip out now, for whatever reason, that's okay. We have a Synergy TechMetric PDF, and as I said, there will be a new PDF by tomorrow morning. MBAN, Medical Body Area Network only. Because the more adults that are willing to call it what it is, how it's deployed, so that we can communicate about our healthcare choices, the better off everybody will be. Why? Because after 5 years of failing to disclose to the public what everybody knows, because this gambit, they're playing the shell game. Well, they're compartmentalized. Nobody knew. Everybody has to know in one form or another, or they cannot do their jobs. And when they speak to one another, you will note they are very clear. They are very concise because they are following medical standards for remote biological telemetry. This industry is very serious because it's dealing with healthcare. So when you are observing, if someone is pestering you, if someone is yelling at you, if someone is challenging you, don't engage in conflict if you can help it. Offer them the TechMetric PDF. Offer them the short little clips that I presented first and say, I'm very sorry to you that you're unaware. Here are some tools so that you can get up to speed. Now I'm going to continue learning what I'm looking at for my healthcare choices. If you don't want to, that's okay. But I'm not interested in your conspiracy theories. I am not interested in listening to anybody who is using outdated terminology, because everybody's health ultimately is your individual responsibility. Okay? I hope I've been clear enough as we go forward, because every single person is on this system. Right now, this system is not solely built for people with cochlear implants, pacemakers, glucose pumps. No, no, no. This is every single human body, period. Okay? All right. So here we go. Be brave, folks.
As this transformation of the healthcare system continues to evolve, we owe it both to the consumers and the clinicians to continue to ensure that medical devices are safe and reliable. We must, therefore, take into account the need for wireless coexistence. Wireless test beds are a critical piece of ensuring safe, reliable technologies, and I am grateful for all of the work the Connect to Health Task Force, OET, and their partners and our partners at the FDA have done to make this workshop a success. I would also like to thank all of the moderators and speakers who have graciously joined us this morning and look forward to hearing your thoughts and perspectives. Some of it will be remotely for me. But as a final thought, I will say that just as individual musical instruments come together in an orchestra to create a symphonic beauty, individual medical devices must work together on wireless networks to create a transformed and improved medical healthcare system. Working together, we can ensure that that orchestra of wireless devices coexists in harmony. Thank you very much for allowing me to make these welcoming remarks, and I'll turn it over again to Karen. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Clyburn. I think that analogy to a symphony is going to be with us throughout the day. Thank you. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. William Maisel, Chief Scientist and Deputy Center Director for Science at the FDA's Center for Devices in Radiological Health. That's a wonderful mouthful, Dr. Maisel. Dr. Maisel provides strategic leadership in developing, implementing, and executing the center's broad national and international biomedical science programs. He is a board-certified cardiologist, so he knows what he's talking about. He's a prolific researcher and an author with a focus on device innovation and medical device safety and effectiveness. Please help me welcome Dr. Maisel to the podium.
Thank you very much. And let me add my welcome to those we've already heard this morning. And it's great to see such a terrific turnout for what we consider a very important workshop today. And really, before going any further, I want to acknowledge our FCC colleagues for not only their co-sponsorship of this workshop, but also really a very collaborative and constructive relationship with FDA and FCC over the past several years. I think together we recognize the importance of bringing together communications technology with those of medical devices and really the transformative impact it can have on healthcare. And perhaps a little bit even more exciting than that is that these innovations are really no longer the stuff of fantasy. They're no longer the science fiction novel or the movie. They're here today and we're living and breathing them. There are many devices that we see at FDA, but that more importantly are out to consumers and patients. We have continuous glucose monitors that not only provide information to pediatric patients, but can transmit wirelessly to the parents so that they have peace of mind and can monitor their children's glucose. We have implantable cardiac devices that automatically and wirelessly transmit data and information to healthcare providers. We have surgical sponges in operating rooms that can help OR staff monitor the presence of sponges in an operative field and help make sure that there's no sponge left behind. We really have these amazing transformative technologies. In many respects, these examples don't really do justice, though, to the amazing opportunity that lies before us. And there are really an unlimited number of devices and possibilities to help consumers and patients. And I think that's in many respects why we're all here today. It would be remiss of us if we didn't also take a moment to think about the manner in which these technologies are changing healthcare delivery. It allows patients to be treated at home instead of in a hospital, which certainly is important for their happiness and well-being and quality of life. It helps physicians monitor patients outside the hospital in a different healthcare environment than normally they would be. And so, so thinking about how to approach making sure these technologies deliver on their promise is really part of what we're here to discuss today. At FDA, we've taken what we believe is a balanced approach to the participation in helping get these products out to patients, an approach that both promotes innovation and protects patient safety, trying to strike that right balance and getting good, high quality, innovative products out to the American public as quickly as possible. And you can see this approach in our actions that many of you are familiar with, our mobile apps final guidance published in September 2013. More recently, our medical device data systems final guidance related to the hardware and software products that's transfer, store, convert, and display medical device data. We've really tried to take a smart, narrowly tailored approach to getting these innovative products out to patients. It's also important, however, to recognize, and I think many of the people in the room today do, that we also face a number of challenges in evaluating these products. And when I say we, I mean the collective we, not FDA, but the entire community. And we certainly have challenges that remain, and there are challenges in the convergence of communications technology, coexistence, and establishing test beds for the evaluation of wireless medical devices. And as we discussed at the outset, it's great to bring together the community, not only FDA and FCC, but many of the smart people in this room to help us figure out the next steps and solve some of these challenges that lie before us. Some of you may know that today is Dr. Peggy Hamburg's last day as FDA commissioner. And we will miss her, but in many respects, it's really a fitting day to have a meeting like this. It was under Dr. Hamburg's leadership that the collaboration between FDA and FCC really entered its next stage of really close collaboration and working together. And we've really very much adopted her vision and approach to how we think about regulating technologies like this. And she made some comments at an FCC FDA co-sponsored event back in 2010, and I'm going to read you a quote because I thought it was very apropos of what we're experiencing today. She said, "At the FDA, we view every issue through the lens of public health. Our ultimate goal is a balanced approach, an approach that meets the unique challenges of the 21st century while prioritizing health and well-being above all else. I know it's a tall order, but it's what the American people demand, and it's what we must deliver." So Dr. Hamburg's words from nearly 5 years ago really couldn't ring more true today. And so on behalf of FDA and our FCC colleagues, I really want to welcome you, and we look forward to a productive discussion.
I like that. No sponge left behind. In the spirit of no speaker left behind, we're going to shift gears and talk just for a few minutes about the FDA and the FCC's interest in wireless coexistence issues generally, wireless test beds more specifically. And we have Julie Knapp, who is the chief of the FCC's Office of Engineering and Technology, and Bakul Patel, who is associate director for digital health at the FDA Center for Devices and Radiological Health. Julie, take it away.
Thanks, Karen. When the program was being organized and they said, "Julie, you're going to get to speak after Chairman Wheeler, Commissioner Clyburn, and Dr. Mizell," I said, "Talk about tough acts to follow." So one of the more gratifying parts of our jobs as public servants is to do things that truly make a difference in improving people's lives. And perhaps one of the areas that is most compelling is where we do things to improve healthcare. And as I was thinking about my remarks for this morning, I was struck by how long we've actually been working on some of these issues, including the one that is the subject of our workshop today. It reminded me of the show Glee. With Glee, if you missed some episodes, the show always began by telling you to set you up for what you're about to see. Here's what you missed on Glee. So if you haven't been following real closely about wireless test beds, here's what you missed on wireless test beds. The FCC and the FDA have been working together for many years on a variety of issues that intersect at the crossroads of our responsibilities. The FDA for overseeing healthcare and medical devices, and the FCC for overseeing use of the airwaves, the radio spectrum. An entire chapter of the Commission's March 2010 National Broadband Plan, Chapter 10, was devoted to how we could promote broadband as a tool to improve healthcare. In July of 2010, and this is what Dr. Mizell had referred to, the FCC and FDA conducted a workshop to gain a better understanding of the convergence of communications technologies and the challenges that they face. At the time, FDA and FCC formalized our working relationship through a memorandum of understanding that is intended to promote collaboration and ultimately to improve the efficiency of the regulatory processes that apply to broadband and wireless-enabled medical technologies. Then in June of 2012, the FCC chairman, Julius Janikowski, assembled a group of the nation's leading wireless healthcare technology experts from industry, government, and academia for a summit on mHealth. The outcome of this event was the creation of a task force by the participants to develop concrete recommendations to accelerate the adoption of mHealth technologies. The task force made its recommendations later that summer, including a recommendation to promote the availability of wireless test beds. In response, the chairman said the commission would consider an order to streamline the FCC's experimental licensing rules to promote and encourage the creation of wireless device test beds to improve research, development, and deployment of mHealth technologies. The order was adopted by the commission in early 2013. And just to show you how closely we've been working together between FCC and FDA, I'm doing the first part of this presentation, and Bakul's going to pick it up from here to bring it home. And with that, I'd like to introduce my good friend, Bakul Patel, who's the Associate Director for Digital Health, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health at FDA.
Well, thank you, Julianne. In season 2, this is what you saw in Glee, which is also a 4-letter acronym. So while all that was happening, we also, as part of Section 618 of the FDASIA, which is Food and Drug Administration Safety and Innovation Act, the Congress asked FDA, FCC, and ONC to work together to come up with a proposed strategy for health information technology. So taking a step back. So it's almost like Glee, where you go from one scene and one plot to another plot. So we did that. As a result of that, in the report, we sort of highlighted the need for testing, not only during the making of the product, but also during the design and development, implementation, customization, and post-deployment of products into the healthcare setting. We thought, and we highlighted in the report, that it's as important to test the product before it reaches the users. It's as important to test them in an environment that it's going to be living into. So with that whole concept, and this is what Julie mentioned as well as testing, and what you missed in wireless, or why we are thinking about wireless test beds, is to simulate or emulate the environment, these products, as technology converges from medical devices that are non-connected to connected using wireless versus or other technologies into an environment. How can we actually look at what are the needs, what are the thinking behind what should be considered in the development of the products, and also how can we make it transparent for just not the makers of technology, but also users of this technology. So I'm not going to speak anymore because we have a whole day set up to sort of identify those needs, identify what things are happening in this area, and also at the end of the day sort of figure out where do we go from here on? So there will be a season 3. And not only season 3, but also season 4. But as Hollywood does it, the only thing you're missing between seasons is the theme song for the shows. So having said that, this is what you missed for wireless test beds, and I'm going to turn it back over to Karen to kick off the workshop.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're done with all the preliminaries, and now the work of the day begins. I'd like to invite the moderators and discussants for session 1 to come up and get seated on the dais, and I'll provide just a few instructions while they are taking their places. We are working on getting some programs for you. We had some technical difficulties on that front, and you'll get those shortly. When you get them, you will see that session 1 is titled Defining the Need and Scope of Wireless Medical Test Beds. And we have an illustrious group of discussants assembled this morning, and they are going to consider the question of how wireless test beds can contribute to the overall health IT ecosystem. They're going to ask questions and answer them, hopefully. Are there new issues emerging that make these test beds more or less important? And it's going to be a really fascinating discussion. I'm very much looking forward to it. One housekeeping note, for those of you who are joining us online, and this is being aired live on the FCC's website at fcc.gov/live, you can join the conversation and follow using the hashtag testbeds. We'll also be accepting questions for each of the session participants through Twitter using that very same hashtag. All right, so Julian and Steve, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, now we just would like to share with the panel the critical information that the light doesn't turn on when the mic goes live. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Karen, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Our panel has spent considerable time trying to formulate a cohesive coverage of this topic area for session number 1 to help set the stage and to generate questions and provide background on what led up to this session on wireless medical device test beds. And there was an evolution, and we'll go through that a bit when we begin the slides. But first, I would like to introduce our panel members just by name, and you'll hear a little bit more about them. And of course, there are extensive bios in the handouts, which are being reprinted, I understand. So stay tuned for the larger packet. So why don't we go through and have everyone introduce themselves, mention their name and organization first.
I'm Steve Berger with TEM Consulting. Rick Tevis from Geisinger Health System.
Phil Raymond, Philips Healthcare. Sean Jackman with Kaiser Permanente.
I bet you can guess this, but I'm Carrie McDermott with the Center for Medical Interoperability. And I just have to say, I'm particularly proud to be an FCC alum today. Had the pleasure of working with these fine folks over the past 5 years. So this is a day of nostalgia for me, but I'll try not to make it all about me. Thanks.
I'm Donald Witters with the Center for Devices and Reproductive Health.
And I'm Julian Goldman with Mass General Hospital and Partners Healthcare System and the Medical Device Interoperability Program.
Medical Device Interoperability Program. I've also been pulling links that I'll show towards the end in regards to the FCC Connect, which goes with our CMS Medicare. If you are still with us and you didn't leave after the first 8 minutes, we are now 26 minutes and 45 seconds in. Do any of those people look afraid? Do any of these people look unprofessional? Do any of these people look bothered? Do any of these people look ill-informed or sound cautious? It's theoretical. No. In fact, the one lady just told you this is nostalgic. Been doing it for 5 years. We're doing great. Because they know what they're doing. They're talking test beds 10 years ago. We are in 6G test beds right now, heading for standardization in the first quarter of 2026. Most people still believe that these systems are running off of towers. Most people still believe that they're going to be given some magical choice to not breathe or have blood flow. Biological signals are natural. They are constant, and your body is the node and the network. The signals come from you. So as you listen to these professionals discuss what has already been done, deployed, tested, please try to adjust your thinking, your perspective to theirs. They are offering these services as part of something called Connect to Health. I have a ton of stuff sitting over here in the tabs. This is the same CMS Medicare electronic health record system, which is why myself and non-vaxxer are often perceived as being mean and why do you always want us to read and what? Okay, because the people out there that are leading everyone by the nose with their endless shows and podcasts and all these things completely misrepresented industry in healthcare. Period. But it's the why, the who, the how, it doesn't matter to your healthcare. So we don't get into it. It's speculative. Nobody knows why they could not tell you, but we did. Myself for 3 years, non-vaxxer for 5 years. We individually and together begged those same people repeatedly with the same standards, the same professional information. This, with the Jenichowski hearing, the guy referenced there, is what we sent to your Children's Health Defense OmniWard doctors, and they still presented their data that these things only came out in 2019 if they could be proved, because these things, according to them, were silently classified in military documentation. That is a misrepresentation of our healthcare industry, of Healthcare 4.0. You will also note certain phrases they use that include the word convergence. That is your biodigital convergence worldwide. Okay. These are industry standards for communication, information technology, information communication technology. This is not a soap opera. This is not a TV show. This is not a movie. So sometimes I understand it's hard to focus. This is reality 10 years ago. And then I have to we're going to stop the live and go into the most recent 2025 September, same type of meeting. Then you'll hear even more about the test beds with the 6G and the updated standards. If you are a serious person and you are considering what lawyer can I call or what politician can I call, I would advise you to stem those important feelings, because those two pathways will not bring you results. These decisions have been made for the biodigital convergence at the national security level of individual governments of countries. So your best option is to learn what is already deployed in your local area and your country, and then discern your personal environment and what your healthcare decisions may look like going forward. Any external focus of money, time, or attention to lawfare or politicians will not yield different physical results for you or your community. Why? Because it's already there. So going forward, we need to admit what is there so that we can discuss what options, excuse me, are available for everyone. Okay? And I know that that's tough. I understand. I just want to give empathy because as much as I get on the targeted individual community, their community for 15 years was heavily infiltrated, in my opinion, by these attorneys. There were several, not just one. And they kept telling people, you can tear down towers. We're going to sue people. We're going to sue all these different types of databases. The terminology they used was wrong. The different ways they talked about their cases made no sense if you were from any of these industries. But unfortunately, there was much involvement in taking money from TI people who were already suffering. They were already being harmed. And unfortunately, none of these attorneys and their groupings told people about the telemetry. They were simply promised, these targeted individuals, if you give me the attorney and grouping more of your money, then someday we will get you free. Not a single case ever won. Not a single case persevered because, as I just explained, this is a national security issue. So there are different ways to think about your options, but those ways of thinking about your options for consideration will not include lawfare or politicians. I hope I've been clear enough about that. If you have questions, I encourage you to ask people in the chats. We have several people. They're here right now, even though it's 3 a.m. where I am, and they will tell you the same thing. Because most people by now from that community, the TI community, they learned their lesson the hard way, but they did not know why. And that is why I'm here. I don't want people in fear. I want the anxiety level to come down so that you understand what is deployed and can assess your environment accordingly. For real. Thank you for your time. Here we go.
So I think we'll begin with the slides. Several of us have just a few slides, and we'll get that going here. So a bit of history. Several years ago, a group was formed by the FCC called the mHealth Task Force. The mHealth Task Force was initiated by Chairman Janikowski, as I recall, and brought together a diverse group from hospitals, industry, and others to discuss and examine mHealth, something that was still a topic. It was unclear what the M stood for. Mobile, medical, that was the stage that we were at that point. Even that wasn't completely clear. So we convened the group over some period of time and came up with recommendations, which you can find online on the FCC website. And the recommendations are here. Now, the idea of a test bed did not come out of the mHealth Task Force. In fact, it had been under discussion within the FCC for some time. I remember Julie Knapp talking about this, meeting with several groups that were looking for ways to innovate with medical devices. And primarily that work focused around research spectrum allocation, if memory serves, but I don't want to put words in Julie's mouth. That idea was matured through the mHealth Task Force. And you can see the recommendations here. They're all contained in a single slide. And I'll read just a small part of this. It says, specifically, we recommend that the FCC encourage and lend its expertise to the following initiatives: creation of national centers with equipment, expertise, licenses, and support staff; identification of tools and consensus standards to monitor and assess the performance of wireless technologies in healthcare environments; easier access to spectrum or rules for healthcare that feed the quest for interoperability. For example, separate medical spectrum with more capability, rules for more protections on critical care spectrum, emergency situations, communications. Next, encouragement for innovation of technology and other tools, such as standards or publications. And finally, encouragement of newer technology, for example, cognitive radio, and applications that are built on a risk management approach. Those recommendations were published on the FCC website that were concluded in 2012. And then the Consumer Advisory Committee and FCC FACA number 7 started, and then the FACA picked up the recommendations from the mHealth Task Force in this, as you can see in this final slide. This was modified a bit in the final version, but these are the recommendations of the Consumer Advisory Committee that were made by the committee to the FCC. Again, revisiting and underscoring the importance of moving forward with the workshop on test beds. And so this is some of the work that was the groundwork for this, and I'm really excited that we're finally here today after all this preparation. So I'd like to thank the FCC and the FDA for kicking it off. And let me pass the baton to my co-chair.
Okay, thank you. And let me go ahead and put the first slide up. I thought the most useful contribution of my time is to throw some rocks and stir up some trouble if I can. So let me do my best. What I'd like to do is go through a set of issues, and there's been a lot of work has been said that's gone before, but I think these are connection points and axes that's worth revisiting and saying, where are we, how are we doing? So to start with, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And I think it's clear there's multiple problems. You can't solve something you're not focused on those. So are we trying to quantify the operational reliability of medical devices? Alternatively, are we trying to spot the potential impact of those devices on the installed base, what's already out there as new technologies enter the healthcare delivery system? Are we trying to gain insight into the deployment process? Is the combined system ready to take in a new technology? And in the interest of causing trouble, let me suggest that potentially the best use of the test bed would be to never allow it to run a test. So is the test bed best a place and organization to do testing? Or is it a function and process that engages with the larger system for developing medical devices delivering healthcare? And potentially, if you didn't allow the test bed to ever run a test, it would have to think more about how it engages the system. Where and when are the critical decisions made, and how does it influence those? Which very possibly spends more time trying to influence chip and component designers to do the things that consequentially result in improved healthcare delivery and performance of medical devices. So some connection points. We clearly observe there's this huge attractive pull to the dominant networks and to the dominant RF protocols. The problem is we want medical devices to perform at higher levels. So how do we sort through that? There's a lot of good reasons for healthcare devices to operate in the dominant networks, but then we want them to have higher levels of performance. How do we stay in touch with the RF environment, which is constantly changing? What's the bridge to research to compliance testing? There's multiple examples of coexistence testing taking multiple millions of dollars to perform, and with good reason. I think that's called research. That clearly isn't affordable on a every product basis. So we need to trim that down, automate the tests, and what's the test bed's purpose in getting it down to an affordable level of testing to predict an individual device's operational performance. Correlating field results to what happens in the test. Hopefully that is well understood. This is one that is unusually difficult, but we're naturally attracted to Gaussian distribution, normally distributed events. We can look at what's going on. We can run statistics and figure out what the worst case is. How about those low probability, high impact events that are non-Gaussian? What are we doing about those? And I'd suggest that that deserves some time of its own. They will happen, they do happen, they have impacted our society significantly. And then, does the test bed include consideration for all the people who will engage, both the professionals who will use the equipment, but those who will be receiving the benefit of it, and particularly people with disabilities, who commonly then bring their adaptive technology. And there is a history of recreating old problems because the people who make decisions on new technologies are unaware of the diversity of human population and human needs. And therefore, over and over again, we end up doing things like recreating hearing aid interference, interference to different kinds of medical devices. So some issues to throw out there and hopefully kick around some today.
Great. So we can pass the baton down to those who have slides, and then we'll go fill in with the verbal comments only. Carrie is next. Oh, okay. Thought we had more slides. All right, we don't have more slides. So we have a number of comments that the panelists are prepared to make to kick off the conversation. And who shall we go with? I see. Work with Phil and then Carrie. Is that right?
What about ladies first?
Yeah.
I defer to the judgment of the moderator.
I was just going to start with the maybe view this from the medical device manufacturer. So, and where test beds and where a program like this could fit in. From a medical device manufacturer standpoint, we obviously do extensive testing as part of our quality system, as part of verifying interoperability with all the various networking vendors. As much testing as we can do in our labs and our environments, it does not 100% correlate to the performance of our devices in a hospital network. There is a gap there. And there's, it's a challenge we face as a medical device manufacturer working with the hospitals to understand that gap, to understand their capabilities on what they can test to, and work with them. And it's a continual. It's not a one day, okay, we tested it, works, all good, you'll be good to go for tomorrow and the next month. So filling that gap in with a test bed certification program that can have some, take it that further distance. I don't think we ever get away from a hospital having to have its own testing capabilities, have its own networking competencies around wireless connectivity. But having this test bed certification, whatever we end up calling it, where this goes, is a key component, in my opinion, of addressing and filling in that gap between the medical device manufacturer and the hospital.
Carrie?
Sure. So
thank you for your patience.
I know that's hard for me. So anyway, I think there's a good articulation of the problems presented. I'd like to just paint this in a slightly broader picture for folks as we think about test beds and the strategic role they might play for the healthcare industry. So if you think about what health systems are facing today, they have to deal with evolving business models and care models. So we're moving towards population health management and transitioning care from inside the from inside the hospital to outside the hospital walls to the home. We're trying to focus on having more personalized care for individuals. Health systems are working to adapt to out-based payment models and making a transition to value. They have to deal with coordinating care across disparate delivery sites and with other entities. They're focused on leveraging data analytics and engaging individuals in their care and making sure they maintain a satisfied and motivated clinician workforce. And in order to support all of this, the underlying technologies must work as expected. So we find ourselves, as Phil started to note, where the people buying, deploying, and using these technologies need to have confidence that it's all going to work together safely and securely. And test beds can really help with that, especially as a resource for solving shared technical challenges. So given the proliferation of wireless devices in the healthcare setting and the changing nature of what constitutes the healthcare setting, wireless is an indispensable utility. This is a huge infrastructure challenge as you're managing various networks for specific purposes, but the clinicians aren't thinking about what network something is on or whether they're using a regulated or an unregulated device. They are just needing the system as a whole to just work. And so I think we have a real opportunity to talk about how we help the system as a whole just work.
Thank you, Carrie. So if I can, I think Phil brought up the notion that the testing pre-deployment and at the point of manufacture development does not guarantee success once it's deployed. And Carrie pointed out the importance of it just working. And so I'm not sure who should best speak next to this. Okay, there we go.
So at Kaiser Permanente, to give you a view of this very problem, what I face on a daily basis is my job is to provide a reliable and safe wireless network for general use. I don't put a customized wireless network for each product we put into the environment. We need a general utility. And because of that, I literally am faced with the challenge of taking in a different type of medical device every day. I'll get a phone call. Hey, Sean, I just bought this device. I'd really like to, can we go ahead and put that on the wireless network? I'm happy to help you. Let me understand, what it is. Oh, wait, which protocols are you using with this device? It is, the maturity in the marketplace isn't where it needs to be. Let's just put it that way. So it forces me to build a very expensive wireless test bed. It's in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars what I've put into this in order to get to that general utility network to have a safe and reliable experience. I don't know if I should be in the business of doing that. There's a level that I'll always need to do because our environment is, you could argue there's going to be some unique characteristics about it. But gosh, it would be sure nice to have something, a place, as Stephen put it, to go for medical device manufacturers, infrastructure vendors to have an ecosystem to test these products in. I would argue the equipment vendors, let's say medical device manufacturers, they do a pretty good job of testing their product in isolation. They can't predict every type of environment that's going to be out in the customer world. I mean, their expertise is in the devices, not running a hospital wireless network. That's my job. And we have, I think, over 70 specifically certified wireless devices. How those interoperate, right? Coexistence. There's some of them have different level of performance requirements than others. So a voice call running on Wi-Fi, that's real time. You have to, and that could be care team communication for acute care to deal with our sickest of patients. I'm very, very concerned of making sure that is as reliable as absolutely as possible. Right? So it takes so much detail to go test these things out. And I'm excited about the topic today, wireless test beds. So I'm just trying to frame the perspective that folks like Rick, myself, Calvin, that we have to provide a general utility network. And the problem, I think, was pretty well articulated.
So, Sean, thank you. I wonder if, so that your problems could potentially be unique to the West Coast because it's so far from here.
That's right.
But maybe we could hear from Rick Tevis to see if there are problems like that in rural Pennsylvania.
We do have the same issues.
It's hard to believe.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. Yeah, it's congruent. It's not just data anymore. It's not benign data. We're talking about patient information here. If we lose it, we change it or delay it, we're not going to get the desired outcome that we need. And things that keep a clinical engineer up at night are coexistence, interference, loss of data. So I depend on these guys. These guys are the guys that put my networks together. But at our end, the test bed needs to be as hostile as possible. Within our four walls, we really, really have a hostile environment. We have argon coagulators, ESUs. We're very, very good at generating our own spurious emissions. We have lead walls, doors, Wi-Fi clock systems. We pretty much have a torture chamber for Wi-Fi systems, built within our system. Then you add that into the rural component of it. We're working with 30 or 40-year-old copper that doesn't work, much less having any wireless capabilities. So we have a whole nother spectrum to go there. But like I said, these are the guys that help provide me the information I need. But I'm the end user, I feel like, and we need the test bed, the hostile environment test bed. It's the final piece.
So, thank you. And Phil, I think, wants to comment that this is the FDA's fault.
Mike was off.
Okay.
No, if you think about it, so Sean's doing testing, Rick's doing testing. They're not necessarily collaborating. You make the joke about distances, but that points out, well, gee, if the hospitals are realizing that they need to develop their own test capabilities, why not? If they're probably duplicating efforts, why not bring that out into the community in some type of test bed? So I think that's fundamentally part of the challenge and part of the solution.
Right. Thank you. So I think we haven't heard from Don Witters at all. And I was trying to goad him into, responding, but
sorry, Don.
Thanks, Julie. I was just going to point out a few points that I put into the short abstract, which I submitted. First, wireless technology has been around for decades. It has evolved into a communication system, which is what we're focused on, for use in healthcare, and is widely used as a means to communicate not only patient information, signals from the patient, but also command and control of various medical devices, both within and outside. So it's used widely, and it's become a lot more widely used in a larger and larger group of medical devices and functions. We have begun many, many years ago cooperating and communicating with the Federal Communication Commission when some problems were seen back in 99, 2000 with wireless medical telemetry. We came together very quickly with the industry and the broadcasters on that and came up with ways to resolve that issue. In the meantime, of course, things have developed a lot quicker in computers, and that's enabled much of the wireless healthcare infrastructure to develop to where it is today. We have not been standing still. I participate as a co-leader of an Association for the Advancement of Medical Instrumentation Standards Group for wireless coexistence of medical equipment. Our drive is really risk management, how to manage the risks that are appropriate to that use of the device, and also in the world that these devices operate in, which these days is pretty much, you can guarantee that there are going to be a lot of other wireless in that area at the same time, and in many cases using the same exact technology. Coexistence is something we found as a fundamental piece of our guidance for wireless medical devices, and we expect manufacturers to perform some assessment of that and as appropriate to their risk testing for that. What I was thinking today about what the gathering is about is really to flesh out a little bit more, what do we mean by a wireless test bed? Who would use this? What would it be consisting of? It could go all the way into the hospitals or the healthcare, into those facilities, or at least simulate those facilities. It could be and is already utilized by the manufacturers, as Phil was talking about, and by the computer industry, who have been using this type of approach for many years. And also bridging it out into wider and wider areas, perhaps coming up with ways or more simple ways that it could be done in situ. One of the groups that Steve didn't mention, but he is the chair of a ANSI certified C63.27 group working on wireless coexistence standard right now. We're communicating, cooperating, because he's my co-chair on the AMI group as well, to develop documents, to develop tools that are really needed. How does the wireless test bed fit into that? How would we utilize it? Who would utilize it? How could we make this a resource that even the smallest companies in the medical community could utilize to some extent? All questions that I'm hoping we'll be able to discuss in this session and the later sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
So, if you're still with us, he just mentioned an ANSI standard that goes right along with the physical layer updates that I mentioned at the end of the Hillbilly Heart Live. I did not re-upload that at the moment. So here we are with ANSI 63.27. You also may have heard him just tell you that the vendors are already using it and the computer industry is well aware and using these systems. Here we are, C63.27 updated in 2021. The article from the American National Standards Institute here is from 2022. This is about the standards for coexistence, providing methods for assessing the radio frequency wireless coexistence equipment. As I have tried to simplify for folks who are not from these industries, the Federal Communications Commission's job is to ensure the signal goes down the right wavelength, frequency, packet delivery, getting from point A to point B properly, okay? So when they go out there and they make it sound like nobody has any idea what electromagnetic energy does, how they measure it, and I tried to help people understand that is not true. There is a measurement system here. Bioelectromagnetics is the scientific study of the interaction between electromagnetic fields and biological systems. Now, the majority of your conspiracy communities, they continue to tell you that, well, it's ionizing radiation and 5G towers. In situ, what does that mean? Situ, I think that's how he said it. It means situated in the original place. Hang on. So in biology, I say in situ. I think he said in situ, referring to a study or process that takes place within the organism's natural or original location. And then you will also hear them say this one, in vivo, which is a process performed or taking place in a living organism. All right. So we have the scientific study of the interaction between electromagnetic fields and biological systems that encompasses both the natural electromagnetic fields and external fields like mobile phones. The field has application in medicine, including therapies like pulsed electromagnetic field therapy and radiofrequency ablation for cancer treatment. Okay. So when you hear them discussing their different test beds and the way that they are accessing in situ, etc., one of our most common papers about the way that the wireless sensor networks and scatterers are deployed, watching you walk through your house. Scatterers, moving scatterers. These little points are mathematically watching with the free space optical air networks. Okay. Can be wireless, as in, radio frequency, but it doesn't have to be. And then it says behavior of human body segments in the presence of low frequency electromagnetic fields. And this is the extensive research showing the physiological response of human tissue to exposure to low frequency electromagnetic fields, which is the induction of an electric current in the body segments. And some folks, they said, well, Sabrina, they wouldn't just do that. No, that's why we're here watching this from 10 years ago. They know exactly what the measurements are, how to take them, and they do have many standards so that they are not overheating your cells and tissues. They want a clean signal to noise ratio. They know about all the shadowing of internal organs inside the body. They understand how radio frequency loses wavelength and deteriorates when going through fluids, which is why they're using optical photons. Terahertz is in between the optical. It's a shortwave spectrum between the optical and the radio frequency. This is another reason why 30 years of companies working with all these different body area network near field channel systems are well aware and heavily regulated on the personal area network, the metropolitan area network. It's all regulated. So when they tell you, well, just give me your money, we're going to go tear down towers. This is another example of where you should be to ask them, well, how is that going to change the network? Because the network is made of my body. And photonic networks can bounce those signals through the air. That's free space optical, but they got to bounce off a tower. No, they don't. They can, but they do not have to. Free space optical communication transmits data using light, like lasers, LEDs, through the atmosphere or empty space instead of physical cables. It offers a high bandwidth alternative to radio frequency and can be used for building to building links, satellite communication, and disaster recovery. However, its main drawbacks are the requirement for a clear line of sight, I'll get to that in a minute, and susceptibility to atmospheric conditions, rain, fog, dust, until you enter in the sensor networks, the actual, what they call neural dust, or really are different types of environmental sensors with the microelectromechanical systems for 60 years of our trillion sensors network development with high-powered computing. Now we have multiple little networks that are all over the place. Line of sight is not a problem. Neither is smog, fog, any of it. That's your edge flare, your different types of front haul, back haul, your satellites that can toss the signal with a terrestrial network, not a problem. Skip your cell phone networks entirely. Use the side of a car because we have vehicular ad hoc networks, or your body. No tower required. Mesh networking, okay? Light. Just goes out there as a network, connects to all the other little networks and talks. I was trying to find a better picture. Oh, that one kind of works too. You're not tearing the satellites down. You're not ripping pacemakers out of people's chests. You're not taking every television out of their house. Those are all networks. But we'll cut down the towers. So what? They'll walk right around them. Mesh networking means, check it out. I could have drones making a little network above your house. Don't need a cell phone tower. Don't need your house. Don't need your Wi-Fi. I'm good. Light, sound, pressure. There's the autonomous car. How about a high altitude platform? You know it is a blimp. No towers. Doesn't need them. Can bounce right down to the car, the body, a drone, a satellite. Free space optical. Then you turn on a light switch and your house. That's visible light communication, which is a subsidiary of the free space optical. Data transmission technology, visible light communication, that uses the visible light spectrum, primarily with LEDs, instead of radio frequency. This is one of the most common mistakes that I'm watching for 3 years out there due to the lack of radio frequency engineers being in the environment of explaining to people how any of this works. And we need people to do that. We need people to be honest so that we can discuss what our options are in our home, in our environment, offices, whatever it may be. In reality, not this, we're going to tear down 5G towers because they're radiating people. Oh, they're under people's skin at the molecular level. Think you better start talking about this visible light communication because biophotons are generated by the human body. Now, all the way back over here, this measurement system that is a scientific discipline, the bioelectromagnetics, the study of the interaction between electromagnetic fields and biological entities. Again, we don't have anybody that will admit to anything like this because they're so busy telling people we're going to tear towers down. Towers that are not even useful for their primary networks. Okay? 40 years, 40 years, 40 years, 4 decades. Bioelectromagnetics, National Institute of Health. The work began in 1972. A slime mold to see if electromagnetic fields would affect a slime mold. And then, of course, there's Dr. Becker's work, etc., etc. So if you are a radio frequency person or if someone that you're close to is radio frequency oriented and they keep telling you that all the things we go over are not possible due to line of sight, proximity, etc., they need to get caught up. And do I believe they don't know? I don't. It's tough. I haven't run into many people in radio frequency due to ham radio and their hobbies, and they like to be updated. I haven't run into too many that don't know what I'm talking about, but I have run into several that don't want to admit it for lots of different reasons. Sometimes, folks, it's jobs that have proprietary software. It exists. It happens. I am not making excuses. I'm trying to provide you with some options so that when you are able to talk to your friends, your family, it's not as combative, okay? And maybe if you can soften it up a little bit and be like, hey, listen, you don't need to give me any software secrets or proprietary hardware. I just want to talk about how the visible light communication works, like on an airplane for my earbuds, watching a movie, etc. Maybe then they'll talk to you, you know? And ham radio operators definitely have to know about the networks these guys are talking about, because if they don't, they can't get licensed properly. I found that out 1.5 years ago. I mean, I should have assumed it, and I did in a way, but it's even more specific. And it's because of this. Because if a ham radio operator is blocking out or trying to certain frequencies, not on purpose, but just you know, being a hobbyist, you can get in a lot of trouble and have your license revoked because you're blocking the ambulance or the police. All right, here we go.
Steve, are you going to? Once you've done, I think you have to tap that.
Okay.
It's on all the time.
Okay. Yeah, let me throw out a question, picking up on some things Don commented on. Is the longer I look at coexistence, it's clear it's a probabilistic issue. Wireless is going to work famously some places, and then you can find places there are problems. Ultimately, it's a risk assessment issue. What that gets down to most fundamentally is what's an acceptable level of risk, and how do we even discuss that in a wider forum? Let me just throw that out.
What I drive for when I look at these is risk management. So risk assessment is a part of that, but risk management means going the next step, which is what the folks from Kaiser and the other hospitals do to understand what they're dealing with and how important it is in the scheme of what the treatment is for the patient, and manage that in a way that is reasonably safe, reasonably effective, and does the job they need it to do in those situations. And for example, some things, perhaps administrative information, may not be as critical to get there as timely as other information like a ECG, for example, or the patient is having a major problem and we need to get to them. This goes not only in the hospital, but into the home as well. Patients are increasingly being monitored at home, and for good reason, because it's more comfortable. There are many positive ways of looking at that. How can that be assured that that's going to work reasonable in an environment of people who are not technically that savvy in this area? In fact, the group that is relatively small compared to the group that are patients and users and facilities. So what kind of tools can we help to develop that will push that forward, that will allow them to have an assurance, but also give them a tool, if they desire, to work in other environments and allow them to do something perhaps simple that they could do themselves? Do we need that? I don't know. I just throw that out there. How much of these test bed and where are they needed are good questions.
Are you, let me just ask for a clarifying question. So, Don, are you referring to tools that would be applicable prior to deployment, during development and assessment of technology, or for monitoring performance post-deployment to detect and perhaps to help analyze sources of interference and degradation of performance?
I'm opening it up. I'm not focusing in particularly for my perspective on any one. I think initially the idea is at the development and design of the equipment and the testing for the equipment before it goes to the hospitals. But also we must include the larger sense. There may be simple things that could be developed that would be straightforward for the hospitals, that would be allow them to look at this and examine it and mitigate if they need to. Perhaps they need to create separate networks of a certain type of technology with a certain level of quality of service that they need for their operation. And that may differ from organization to organization. You may not need that in a home, but perhaps this is a critical patient that has certain things that they need to monitor. It really is a risk management overall type of aspect. There's other issues, and I think maybe Carrie was leading into this, of interoperability. Coexistence and interoperability are two various things that need to come together, I think, in a way that makes this whole area more cohesive, more consistent, more coordinated, all along the spectrum of device design, device deployment, device use, device longevity.
Device longevity. So, Karen, are you still in the Rumble chat? Not sure if you are. Those of you that are unaware, with our rural healthcare transformation system program for $50 billion with CMS Medicare, okay? This is our rural health transformation program. Want to make sure everybody can hear me, so let me know if it clips out in any way, okay? Okay, good, you're still there. One of the big lies that was told was med beds. And when you asked people, HOW, they were told, or rather they would tell me, well, the Q said, my military man friend said, excuse me. Right now we are listening to 10 years ago with the FCC and the FDA. The terahertz spectrum is not new, it's been there. And these people with the Q-tardedness, with all their fantasies, fairy tales, watching movies, being told all this different stuff, they do not understand HOW. We do, because the terahertz and the millimeter wave is how the patches, your light patches, your quantum healing wands, yeah, that's post-quantum cryptography, with our NIST, national standards, with your cyber physical systems that go right to your body. So, in the Rural Healthcare Transformation Program, with $50 billion going out with that same, hang on a second, FCC connecting Americans to all healthcare, because there's no magical military med bed. There's no alien med bed. There's the terahertz spectrum with the millimeter wave with 25 years deployment, and it ain't hidden. And it's not in R&D. Everybody who's serious, like, is in, you know how the terahertz works with our digital healthcare system. Healthcare 4.0 is using your 30-year-old body area network. The millimeter wave and the terahertz are intra-body communication. I use the old standard here for a minute. Intra-body communication is 802.15.4. Under the skin. The mesh is around you. The millimeter wave is over here. I have updates with interoperability with this wireless coexistence standard right now. Okay, this is old. All right. So there you are in your body area network with your digital twin, creating a digital nervous system for building the network physiolome for them to log into your different systems of the body. Respiration, digestive, there's 11 different systems. And it's at the body level, the organ level, the tissue level, the cellular and molecular level. HOW, intra-body communication. Oh, and it's been updated because we use nano-sized networks, very, very small, with nano.gov. Okay, so the body area network with cyber healthcare systems, 2018, convergence, biomedical engineering. That's right, with the same Federal Communications Commission, the same Health Level 7, the same Fast Healthcare Interoperable Records, and the same NIST using the terahertz with quantum spectrum, essentially. Hang on, I'll explain that. So our cyber physical systems are the same NIST with you right there. There's you, the human in a box. And it says healthcare. So your med beds. Terahertz beds monitor vital signs using radio waves that are not invasive and do not require the patient to wear any devices. These systems use a radar module, often installed under the mattress, to send and receive signals that detect the subtle movements caused by breathing and heartbeats. Algorithms then analyze the reflected signals to estimate vital signs like heart rate and respiratory rate, which we just watched at the beginning of this episode from, I think it was 13 years ago, at a different university than just Rutgers. Now, this is the problem. When you cannot explain it, when you do not know that we have human activity recognition radar for as long as we have, therefore you think it's magical. You believe in the Q. You don't even know that's our Department of Energy watching molecular communication. Why? Because they didn't tell you that. They told you it was the magical white hats and magical aliens. No, this is nano.gov. This is nano networking, nano communication networks. 2014, huh? Yeah. And it has to be mandated. It has to be legal. It has to be safe. It is not something that people are waving magic wands. This is not a situation that medbeds are just magically deployed. No, it's the Tiberius data set with Project Salus and already post-quantum with photons. Oh, I'm so sorry to spoil that it's not fairy farts that make the internet go round. No, it's free space optical. Those are photonic networks. They call it quantum. Yeah, because light behaves differently than our radio frequency. But they work together. Anyways, so the Q went out there, screamed and howled about how we're going to have med beds. And recently, when I was showing Health and Human Services and Centers for Medicare, they said in the rural healthcare transformation from the lady, that young lady on the TikTok, it's her job, she was there, and they said, we're not going to have physical nurses near the beds. We have the terahertz med beds that report vital signs without a nurse physically being present, just like Nurse Brandy, the robot nurse in the ER from about a year ago now. So this signal processing with the bioelectromagnetic algorithms that I've been explaining repeatedly is not using fairy farts. Let's see if this MDPI comes up. Yeah, radar module based on, and there's your chipset and 3 transmit and 4 receive antennas on the package. What do we got? Scenario for monitoring vital signs of the patient lying on the bed using the radar module. And this is also for AI-assisted surgery, which they've already been doing for 6-7 years. It's public. I don't need some secret Q mission. It's public. It's being tested with interoperability. Oh my God, it's a data cube. You don't say. Oh my God, it's a multiple input, multiple output virtual antenna array. Wow, that's amazing. That's exactly like what I was just showing you with the multi-input, multi-output. I should have it on the same one. Yep. Right there. Multi-input, multi-output, 3D channel model with those time variant path gains. Molly, you're funny in the chat. And the human activity recognition in your indoor environments in 2021. The terahertz is in between the radio frequency and the optical. That's free space optical. That's your visible light communication using biophotons out of your body. And the reason you don't know that, and the reason that you think it's all magical, is the following. I say bioelectromagnetics, and you say, I don't know what you're talking about. I say bioelectromagnetic algorithms focused on human bodies, and you say, nope, no idea what you're talking about. Okay? This is human activity recognition radar with our Doppler, our spectrograms, and our data cubes for feature values. That's what it is. That is how it works with advanced signal processing, period. They don't tell you that for the following reason, and this is my opinion. If people knew they were being watched this closely with these digital twins for 50 years at our Department of War, previously the Department of Defense, they'd probably be pretty pissed off. So instead, you don't even know that they're using your own biophotons, your own neurons, because it's called the human biofield. And there's biofields, plural, of the electrical and magnetic fields generated by you. That's why the study of bioelectromagnetics includes man-made and non-man-made, meaning natural. Your biophotons down here, that's your body generating light naturally. A physiological role for these biophotons is consistent with the observation and fluctuations for cerebral blood flow, cerebral energy metabolism, and of course, your electroencephalogram electrical brain activity. Now, these algorithms for bioelectromagnetics are specific to you. Just like when your phone rings and you're sitting at the dinner table with your family and only your cell phone rings, same system. Molecular communication, same system. Same system with that millimeter wave radar with your spectrograms and your raw data cubes for machine learning. The Q-SciOp is all about data gathering on people to see what they'll do. Department of Energy, Artificial Intelligence, Q. These data cubes get dumped into a little GUI, graphic user interface, like on an app on your phone, divided by the data that they want to see with the matrixy math on the phase array systems that we have nationwide, tethered into our SAGE radar with all five, or well, suppose Space Force and everybody too, with Sosamos, OSA, and friends. For what? Big data, bioinformatics, data mining, semantic AI, Palantir ontology, agent-to-agent protocols, more machine learning, more artificial intelligence, convolutional neural networks, graph math, etc. But I'll tell you what it's not. Magical med beds. Nope. I don't have any magical med beds. I don't have any magical anything. I have a $50 billion payment plan that's been passed through Congress that helps them using terahertz beds. It's exactly how HOW it really works. And it's continuous. And don't forget intelligent reflective surfaces, because that's what they're using elsewhere for the human activity recognition monitoring. Continuous in-bed monitoring of vital signs using a multi-radar setup. Yeah, there it goes, freely moving patients, which should have your visible light communication and intelligent reflective surfaces. Now, I will go over more of this in detail for the MedBed people, but I would suggest that you start looking at your CMS Medicare. That would be my honest suggestion. The terahertz beds are an offshoot of the very same post-quantum cryptography photonic networks that we are running nationwide with our cyber physical systems so that we are appropriate with DHS biological surveillance for CBRN, BARDA, and of course, IARPA, the DARPA of our intelligence community. And don't forget, nano.gov is also 25 years old with appropriate initiatives and fiscal year financing, SECs, and grants, just like the MBAN is in the Federal Register. So if you want to go verify for yourself and start digging around in Congress and the National Archives and some Federal Register and SEC funding, you go right ahead. You will find it. And if you do, you feel free to pass it on. We can show it on the channel. But this is why I've worked so hard to get people to understand your butt is on the cloud, period. And they're making a lot of money off of it. As you can see, anybody could have told you. That's why we're here watching this right now. It's also why the discussions that they're in right now with this test bed 10 years ago. And the lady said, this is nostalgic for me. I've already been at it for 5 years. Yeah, because the medical goes first. Remote patient monitoring. Thank you, Corinne. You know, I've asked people over and over, could you please explain this to your friends, your because they won't tell the patients. And they said, well, it's just a phone call. I said, no, that's the body area network with appropriate global ISO standards. Period. But it's magical. No. And then, as we've mentioned, if you don't understand how that body area network uses the sensor systems, because you're not in information technology, I get that. But telling people it's magical is not okay. You know, maybe what we need to do is start with this. When I don't know something, guess what I do? First thing I do is I say, I don't know. So I'm going to go take a look. I'm going to see if I can figure it out and ask questions. Not yelling at people and making shit up just to cover it. And, oh, There's no reason to do that. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to say, I thought it was this. I found out it's that, and update. It's called growth. Hopefully you got some so that you can learn and expand your horizons. But these fairy tales with these med beds, I'm sorry, that's why nobody got any. People have been promised these med beds for 5 years while their money was stolen, because you don't get to just buy that. They're still working out the security. So they have it at Harvard. They've got it going on in different hospitals. They're working out some of the issues. I know they are, because the standards I'm looking at are still in working groups right now. They're the new interbody communication for the nano networks that Corinne is always referring to as Cisco Yang 1901. Those are in the same standards for this upcoming May of 2026 for the FCC to release more spectrum. And yes, I will be showing that later on. But when it comes to med beds, if you cannot offer any other explanation aside from, well, my man friend said it's secret and it has nothing to do with terahertz, you're full of shit. You know why? Because these photonics networks have been around in research and development, nice and quiet, since I was little, with the green door with your Air Force and your local police. They didn't come out of nowhere. They came out of research and development like they always do. The military gets to use it first, and then here we all go, have some technology. But it's magical. Good, then explain it with something other than platitudes. Otherwise, I'm going to go off of what I can visibly track, see, reproduce, and then hand to people with what we're watching now. Interoperability and standards to make sure that, unlike a tanning bed, when you get in your med bed, you don't fry. And don't forget the under the skin interbody communication with the physiolome. That's a lot of work, a lot of different types of work as well, in order to ensure that people are safe. It's not a joke, folks. These are our healthcare standards. Once again, 10 years ago, here we go.
Which is another thing. We all know how longevity is in computer world and in the things like smartphones and other technologies. Medical devices, some of them don't have that kind of turnover. They last for decades, and they do their job very well and very safely. How do we tie those in? And when they become wireless and they potentially use an older technology that's continuously changing, and still maintain that degree of safety and effectiveness.
Let me ask, is an implication of your comments that perhaps as important or even more important than testing individual devices, a test bed should be testing the risk management systems, its ability to deal with events as they arise?
I'm not sure how this would work out. I think this forum should give us a better idea, especially in some of the panels that are coming, where these things might be developed. Some might be quick, some might be slower, some might not take hold at all, but we need to go forward. We need to innovate. This is a challenge and the opportunity that many have been seeking to have a forum that allows them to push these things forward.
I'd like to ask a question of the panel. The title for this event is Promoting Medical Technology Innovation, the Role of Wireless Medical Test Beds. Medical Technology Innovation. Now, from my perspective, working at Mass General Hospital and Partners Healthcare, there have been many times when we would have liked to use new technology, new equipment, new devices, but we run into the challenge of assuring that they will function in the environment and they won't cause interference with other devices. And there's a high cost to that assessment, and sometimes it's quite difficult. The security component fits in, as does the interoperability component. And later today, Rick Hampton from our institution will address this in detail. But for the moment, I wonder if the panelists could comment on, from their perspective, what is the barrier to innovation that not having test beds presents today?
Barrier, how about a tool to address the barriers? The wireless complexity in hospitals and the home and in between is only going to increase. You start talking about wireless sensors, wireless wearables. It's not slowing down, and it's only accelerating. Risk management is a tool that's been talked about here that can help formulate and create a vehicle for addressing these challenges, because it's, as I pointed out earlier, and Julian, to your question earlier, it starts at the development phase, through the deployment phase, and then a maintenance phase. You know, change control, change management, those type of things are all can be part of a risk management process. So to enable all these technologies, to enable wireless wearables and the innovations that there's a lot of brain power in the industry working on, it has to be safe and effective. And you want to talk about a barrier, well, talk about patient safety. And so you have to keep those in back of mind as you're developing these and as you're bringing these systems out, as you talk about, as whether it's security or interoperability or RF interference. But those can all be barriers if they don't work appropriately, if you don't meet the clinical use to the safe and effective use of these type of devices, and that will just stall and inhibit innovation.
Carrie?
Thanks. Yeah, I would say absolutely full agreement there. And I think it's worth stressing the point that when we think about test beds and the results that they would deliver, those results have to be relevant to me, to my healthcare organization, assuming a test bed is in service of the healthcare organization. Or if we're saying test beds are in service of medical device manufacturers, then it needs to be relevant to them. I don't think those are mutually exclusive choices, but there's a real decision in who the real customer of the test bed is. And I love what you said before about the hostile environment test bed. You know, yes, I hope somebody's tweeting that, because you need to test in the environment of intended use. And to the other point, at the system level, not just at a component level. So one-off components doing what they're supposed to do, that's great, but it's the integration and interoperation of those components that's what really matters.
I'd like to add some comments to that. I think you're spot on. A lot of times when what I find is the more traditional approach is people test the infrastructure and they constantly look up at the ceiling, they're looking at the antennas, and when there's a problem, they look back up at the ceiling, well, maybe I can change these things. And so they constantly look to the infrastructure. I submit that that's rarely actually the problem. It's usually the problem is with Mr. Baker's the wireless devices over there. The devices, we all have smartphones, hopefully most of us do. We've probably all experienced those devices not working well on Wi-Fi. And I have physicians, nurses, other hospital staff that they look at their smartphone. Sean, come on, right? I just want to use this. You know, I wanted to. Can I connect into our unified communications infrastructure? Can I do all that? You know, all of that new stuff I saw the marketing material, right? It's supposed to be able to do all that, right? There isn't a knob I can turn on the infrastructure to make some of these devices work. I've tried. I've tested 39 different code versions for one particular smartphone, still for it to fail 39 times. So the system is so important. And it has to be the same infrastructure for medical devices, for the care team communication, and then there's this little thing called guest Wi-Fi. It's not a little thing. It's an expectation. Again, Sean, come on, right? We want to have all the members and health plan members and guests that come in and let's just take care of them. Let's give them free Wi-Fi. Well, coexistence with that, with the wireless medical telemetry, the Wi-Fi variants of that, right? Because seems to be the momentum that the device manufacturers are going. That's an interesting topic. It really is the system, and you have to look at it. So I have 1,000 or so facilities with Kaiser Permanente. I work really hard to make sure there's one configuration out there and one of everything. Gosh darn, that's hard, especially across so many facilities. So now you look at it, So when you paint a bridge, you start at one end, right? Start going down to the end. Let's say it takes you, 3 to 5 years to get there. Well, I'm going to start going back to the beginning. Well, as I go back to the beginning, I'm a year into it. I still have 4 more years to go. So I have 2 types of wireless infrastructures out there. And if I just upgrade the infrastructure, those devices are all going to work fine, right? Because they worked good on the other one. No, right? Maybe their adapters are changing. So it's not just about putting it in the first time. It's about a life cycle. You have to address the devices and the applications based on their intended use. Don made a good point about a clinical device that maybe that Rick has. He may have a device that it just needs to check in once a day, and just to see if is there maybe update some from information only logs, nothing that's going to affect the clinical device and its intended use with the patient. I'm going to look at that with a different lens. Then if somebody says, the next version of the Philips telemetry product, and hey, Sean, you can go ahead and put this on Wi-Fi too. I absolutely could. Is the intended use of that is, gosh darn it, my lens on that device is I have to make sure that device is never down. So now you think about it, right? And it's one infrastructure. Intended use, I guess I really want to reiterate, there is a point that we have to look at it as we're testing these things. There's an intended use of the device. Talked about everything from, an information only to the other end of the extreme of physiological monitoring to, devices and the different types of infrastructures we have out there. And then there's the life cycle. How we make sure when we put it in, it stays good, because our users, that's their basic expectation, is that it will work and it is safe and it's reliable.
Let me, I have a commercial comment here to make, just a short break to let everyone know out there in radio land, as they used to say, that it's possible to submit questions with hashtag testbeds. Is that with an S? Testbeds. And the questions are picked up here. Also, questions can be emailed. Just look at the fcc.gov website for the email information. And of course, people here in the audience should just step up to the mic at any point if they have questions. And I'll start off with a question, but I'm just going to speak. I'm not going to tweet it. So Don, you mentioned remote control of medical devices, which I thought was interesting. You commented ever so briefly on that. Could you add some detail, a little bit of richness to that? What kind of devices? Are you seeing specific devices that are being remote controlled? I imagine insulin infusion pumps are an example, but perhaps.
I'm not aware of an insulin pump that's actually remote controlled in some sense, but there could be.
Yeah.
There's a difference between remote control and closed loop.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some systems that are utilizing wireless technologies to close the loop to sense and then provide the necessary therapy. This has been common in pacemakers for many, many years. Now it's finding its way into other systems. Insulin pumps, for example, for diabetic patients who need them, have wireless communication and are making their way into a sensing and then providing the kind of therapy, but they're not quite there that I understand. Remote control, perhaps you've heard of, and you utilize the remote teleradiology type issues. So you can have physicians and radiologists of one part of the globe, basically, examining these kinds of images and issues in some other remote place. The military, of course, does a lot of this. The surgical types of things are not typically, as far as I have seen, remote control, but there are surgical systems that utilize wireless somewhere along their communication. They send out information and are connecting. I need to know what this patient is. I need to know what they're on. I need to have that information right here. There's a lot of innovation there. I would like to throw out, again, just a challenge also. Where do we think, or at least where the panel thinks, the wireless test beds should be, and who do they think they might be targeted to? Because I see a spectrum of where this kind of tool, and that's what I'm going to call it, a tool, could be used, but needs to be tailored to. The ones that Steve talked about that are very expensive to do are very rigorous, and there are test labs who do those now. And FCC has promoted that for many years. How does that make it into some of the other issues that we've talked about this morning, which really go into interoperability and systems issues in a larger sense? Most of what I see personally is directed towards a particular device. How are we, or what are we talking about in the larger sense? What kind of tools? I see that as a challenge and an opportunity for innovation, really.
Yeah, Rick?
One of the issues that I see as we move forward to test beds, actually test beds of any sort, is resources. If you talk, it's a human resource, it's a financial resource. I think Sean and I are lucky to work for organizations that have the resources to be able to do that. But the small rural hospital, there's smaller hospital can't do that. I have friends at Hopkins that do a lot of their work with the applied physics lab. Well, not every hospital has an applied physics lab to be able to do that. So, as we develop these test beds, we need to figure out how to get it down to a level where everybody can use it. In our organization, to have a device go on the network, whether it be not wireless or hardwired, we have a security review document. And it can be anywhere from 12 to 30 pages, depending on what it is. And we usually give those to Phil. We send those to the vendors and said, okay, here's what our requirements are. What can you do this? And so we go back and forth for about 2 months usually on how that works. So, there needs to be something some sort of test bed or some certification that helps with that process.
If I can just jump in there and say, I think, I'm in violent agreement with that. And that's actually some of what we've talked about here has been a call to action of why we established the Center for Medical Interoperability. So this is a place that is led by the hospital and health system CEOs for the explicit purpose of addressing their shared technical challenges. And we are building a physical lab, an actual location to take these things on. And it's all about, again, I think in our preparation, Sean made a great point that everything he's put in place to sustain things at Kaiser, it's not feasible, practical, and warranted to replicate that in every other system. So what can we do to have more of a centralized shared resources, again, to address our shared challenges?
Okay. Another comment she makes: the Center of Medical Interoperability looks like there is a cooperative research and development lab founded by health systems to simplify and advance data sharing, which she just explained. Okay. Here's the role CMS Medicare plays in advancing interoperability and healthcare data exchange across the industry. On the Synergy channel, this is where on the technical side, in order for them to do this, advance interoperability and healthcare data exchange, you're going to have two things right away. Health Level 7, fast healthcare interoperability. Okay. And that's going to be coming with your electronic health records, your fast healthcare interoperability resources, FHIR. And y'all know that Ryan and Sal, Batman and Robin, they've been talking about this all year. All year. Why? Because it shows up everywhere in the Palantir ontology, the semantic agent-to-agent AI. Now, the Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources Standard is a set of rules and specifications for the secure exchange of electronic healthcare data. It is designed to be flexible and adaptable so that it can be used in a wide range of settings and with different healthcare information systems. The standard describes data formats and elements known as resources, and an application programming interface for exchanging electronic health records. The standard was created by Health Level 7 International Healthcare Standards Organization. In 2011, their initial draft was published. In 2011, the standard was adopted by Health Level 7. And in 2014, along with that same year, your FCC finalizing their rules for the Medical Body Area Network, their first draft standard for trial use was published. Health Level 7 is a range of global standards for the transfer of clinical and administrative health data between applications with the aim to improve patient outcomes and health system performance. The Health Level 7 standards focus on the application layer, which is layer 7 in the Open Systems Interconnection model. It's our OSI layers for standard networking in computers. The standards are produced by Health Level 7 International, an international standards organization, and are adopted by other standards issuing bodies such as ANSI and ISO, American National Standards Institute, and International Organization for Standardization. And there are a range of primary standards that are commonly used across the industry, as well as secondary standards, which are less frequently adopted. Thus, the heavy need for all these test beds and being very mindful of how you're upgrading and updating and where. Now, Health Level 7 has been around since it was originally created, version 2, in 1989. This goes to the ITU and vital signs down telephone lines. Pacemakers have been around since the 50s with upgrades every step of the way. Like you heard them discussing of the insulin pumps and other things are kind of catching up. So Health Level 7, having been around with all the different standards internationally, and as you hear them discussing, they are seeking interoperability since 2011, 2014 forward with updates. And they have their own Center for Medical Interoperability all over Nashville, got a YouTube video. Is that medical device interoperable? Fierce Healthcare, individual companies, CMS Medicare, click on images, get a bunch more companies, Idaho, okay? Business. How can interoperability improve digital medicine? Healthcare, interoperability, and illustration. Physicians, pharmacy, clinic, emergency, smart clinic, smart home, NHS, hospital, caregivers, and then you, the patient. Systems, architecture, systems that work together. They have to build that, which is why when people tell you it's not here, they don't have it. This is 10 years ago. They're doing great. Okay. Oh, and hello to everybody who's over here in our Odyssey chat. And hello to everybody out there on the X and the Rumble. And thank you again for taking the time to be with us this morning, learning all about the Federal Communications Commission and Federal Food and Drug Administration, Joint Workshop 2015 with all of our professionals discussing our current interoperable healthcare standards.
So we have, oh, wow, we're just getting showered with questions now. Wonderful. Why don't we start with local and then we'll go to Twitter and then email.
Great, thank you. Fanny Mlynarski from Octoscope. Coexistence has been mentioned a number of times, and I was wondering whether coexistence, is it accurate to assume these issues come up mostly in unlicensed bands, since licensed bands are already regulated well? And if that's the case, how are they tested for today before devices are deployed, and how do you deal with them? Thank you.
Thank you. Volunteers? So we'll all point this way and we'll see what happens.
Let me say, the dominant interest seems to be in the unlicensed bands. I'm not sure there are fewer problems in the licensed bands, but there are more capable network operators who have those licenses in the spectrum and are incented to run excellent networks. It's obviously more diverse in the unlicensed bands. One of the things that I see a lot, and a great test case is just up the road here at National Airport, pretty much morning, noon, and evening at each of the major rushes. You can see everyone crowding in and something like 75% of the traffic on one or two channels of the 25 or 30 Wi-Fi channels available. So group behaviors are real interesting. That kind of thing is worth a lot of study, and I would speculate we're seeing the same sort of thing. I don't know, Sean's smiling, so let you take it.
Yeah, coexistence is a good topic, and it means a lot of different things to different people. For me, I'm looking. I would agree with Steve. It's an unlicensed spectrum coexistence test. So I'll look at, let's say, the 2.4 gig ISM band coexistence with Zigbee. Bluetooth, in which version of Bluetooth, right? Wi-Fi, even as we're looking going from, let's say, an 802.11, in this case, N to 802.11 AC, two different, use the same spectrum, but different protocols. Really, I'll be looking more at performance, for that type of a coexistence. So maybe I'll look at it for different purposes. Even 900 meg, there's still some systems, there's less and less systems that are using that space. So I'll look at, let's say that there's an incumbent system in a facility. In this case, there's temperature monitoring at 900 meg. I have to understand and characterize how that system works. It means that, is it continuously transmitting? Is it spurious? Depending on how many, let's say, temperature sensors are out there, how frequently, from a time domain perspective, is that system operating? Well, can I put another system in there? There's some legacy phone systems that probably all gone now, but at 900 megahertz. Well, how do I then take that spectrum and carve that up? And unfortunately, it's different. It may have been configured differently for every facility. So we have to look at
Let me ask you to clarify, you mentioned temperature monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not talking about patient temperature monitoring,
No,
right?
Facility. There's refrigeration units throughout hospitals. Good question. So we have to make sure those refrigeration units are within temperature ranges, and if there's some medications in there, if they go outside that range, they lose their effectiveness. So we have to constantly make sure that the units operate within the right range. So just using that as an example to talk about, I would argue I'm pretty far down the stream. Not looking at a device itself and saying, how does this device work with this other spectrum? Steve, we were talking this morning around with LTE, and how does that impact maybe a device that does that looks at your cardiology rate? Right? The way that pulses, if the electrical engineering wasn't done right, it could actually pick up something erroneous. So I'm looking. I expect the manufacturers to deal with that. So maybe that's the wrong expectation, but that's absolutely my expectation, is the manufacturers have to ensure that. And they're looking at coexistence with other wireless systems and technology. Remember the old, don't use your cell phone here, right? And the signs that were all up. And I had a Nextel phone that, with a speaker system on my computer, every time I get a phone call, they would go, yeah, you'd get it close. And so you think about that and you go, there's an interaction there, right? That interaction is something I could hear. How many times do I not hear it? And then it maybe affects the data that comes out of that system. That was instant feedback for me. But so the coexistence topic here of a device may not function right, And depending on what kind of device that is, I could have a much greater level of concern than others in the coexistence topic. So hopefully that answered the question.
Hence the focus on risk management.
Indeed.
So there are, there's two other questions here. Very easy question. Is there a standard unified definition of a wireless medical test bed? And if not, who is responsible for defining it so that we have a standard working definition?
Thanks, Steve, has that one.
We can turn to committee.
Yeah. Right.
Excellent question.
Right.
But as I said in the introduction, I think there's a family of problems to be solved. I personally don't think there's a single test bed. I think there's a family of test beds to address different parts of the complex issue.
It sounds like maybe the word test bed is part of the challenge in terms of we're talking about different functions and capabilities for testing. But
let me make a further comment. When we started the Dynamic Spectrum Access group in the IEEE, to my surprise, the first thing those most insightful said we had to do was come up with a common vocabulary. They said, otherwise we'll have no end of discussions where we're talking past each other using the same words with different definitions. I see that in this topic. We've got too many disciplines, too many words mean different things in different arenas, and those arenas are cooperating. And certainly when we talk about test beds, we're going to have to invent some new vocabulary and make sure we all understand it if we want to save ourselves a lot of time.
Phil?
I would add to that, and I feel obligated to mention Wi-Fi certification. We talk about unlicensed and coexistence and interoperability. As chair of the Wi-Fi Alliance Healthcare Segment Task Group, I need to bring that up, and that's a challenge we see that the enterprise and specifically healthcare doesn't understand the value. But if you want to talk about a test bed, that's really what they're all about, is testing for interoperability on the different capabilities and functions and within 802.11 or Wi-Fi, and providing certifications and a level of assurance. So to me, that's a beginning or a foundation of moving forward and leveraging and maybe working with that group and with their experience and their ties to IEEE in terms of building test beds is certainly something to consider moving forward.
Great, thank you. It has been proposed, and it will be, I know later today, there'll be discussions about the need for use cases to clarify some of the things that we're talking about. So, Stephen, to get to your point about the need for definitions, and for those out there in video land who couldn't see the room, there was violent agreement with a lot of head nodding that an agreement on terminology and definitions is vitally important to ensure that we all work on the same problem in the same way. And maybe we'll talk a bit after about those use cases as a next topic after the questions. So we're going to take questions in the room, and then we're going to go to an emailed question.
Mr. Raymond, how are you? So this is Steve Baker from Welch Allyn.
Rotate your mic towards you. There you go.
And I have a leading question for Mr. Raymond. So would you say that Wi-Fi certification guarantees that Wi-Fi devices in a hospital will interoperate without issue?
No.
Good. All right. So back to Steve Berger's comment, a layered test approach or a family of testing where Wi-Fi certification or Bluetooth SIG certification is a first step. And then we move on to more and more complex and more integrated testing.
Yeah, complementary testing.
I want to make a comment. We're in the area of conformity assessment, and that's a process that those heavily involved in laboratories understand. But essentially, there's a certain performance we want to see in the deployed environment, and we're looking at a number of processes, hopefully, that will deploy that. Let me throw out one question. And again, I'll go back to the example at National Airport here. If you go out at the right time of day when a lot of planes are coming and leaving, and therefore a lot of people are there, and you watch the packet error rate, it'll go up to, I've seen it as high as over 20% of packets not surviving. How common is it in our networks that they warn of problems? Because it's clearly technically possible to do that.
Warning of the problems is very important. I would tell you that, it depends, tying that to use case. And to Sean's comment earlier about telemetry, where you talk about real-time streaming data, 20% error rate is pretty much going to be universally unacceptable. So yeah, that poses a significant challenge in hospitals. I'll pass.
Yeah, there's the use cases are incredibly important, and we need different types of labs to measure different types of data. We may be looking at interoperability between two different systems of maybe two different protocols, a Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi in the same 2.4 channel. We could be dealing with ultra wideband. How is that going to interfere with 5 gig? There are many test beds that will be needed to measure different things. In those test beds, there'll be different requirements. If we're testing an LTE system, you may put that in. You're gonna have to put that in a Faraday cage, right? Because unless you want somebody knocking on the door from one of the carriers, hey, I bought that spectrum. Don't you turn that off? Yeah.
All right, let's go to a question submitted through Twitter. Can we set aside better spectrum for wireless devices than the current 802.11 ranges, which used to be called junk spectrum? I'm just reading.
Yeah.
Can we set aside better spectrum for wireless devices other than the 802.11?
Spectrum management. That's a topic that I know it's in this room. We've had many conversations around this. I've made pretty darn good use of what some people would refer to that as junk spectrum. Worked really hard to clean it up, and that you have to get rid of devices. You have to sunset some systems. It takes time to do that. There's obviously cost involved in it. Even the 2.4 gig ISM band, which largely most people say, "Oh, why are you using that?" Well, look at what I'm getting out of it. And sometimes you get a device, I can't control whether this does 2.4 or does 5 gig or not. Sometimes it's like, Sean, the device is made. I'm too far down the stream. I wasn't in their requirements process when they were developing the product. So I have to make use of that spectrum. But spectrum management as a whole is incumbent on anybody operating a wireless network and supporting that.
Don and Kerry and Phil, whoever wants to jump in first. I saw you each have comments.
Go ahead, Kerry.
Thanks. No, I had a sort of almost a follow-on question for you related to that, if I may. And that is, as we think about not just how you're managing the spectrum, but there are a lot of new technology options to look at how you manage what's inside your walls. So, for example, the use of small cells for healthcare. And is that something that you've been able to take a look at, or is that something where we would actually need a test bed to help us sort out first?
Well, you've actually touched on a topic that one that, gosh, it almost seems like it was staged, right? Because
I swear that wasn't.
I'm heavily involved in small cell. Small cell is, from my definition, is a replacement technology to a traditional distributed antenna system, commonly referred to as DAS. So for, let's say, the big wireless carriers to plug into an antenna system in a building, it's a pretty, I would argue, archaic way of retransmitting those signals. So the technology changing to where, like Wi-Fi access points, where you put up a single radio and it's got a network connection in the back, so it fully instrumented radio head. That's the way that's how the indoor cellular market is moving, and so now, so that's a different spectrum, and so I have to put a separate overlay network for that, and there could actually be more than one carrier supported on one small cell. I have seen every equipment vendor that's making product in that space. There is absolutely no consistency to how they're developing their products. Some of them, will single radio, totally different designs. There's not only wireless components to that, there's also wired components. How do we share maybe the same Ethernet backbone, right? And that's a test, and it's something that actually we just did. We're in a part of a FOA for one of the big carriers for indoor small cell now, and we just actually went through all of this testing. Transmit power levels, how that may how it may affect different devices, coexistence. So it's a big resounding yes. So that's just one. We just picked up. There's a whole list of other technologies that also we're looking at trying to.
Don and then Phil.
Well, I just wanted to remind the panel and the audience that what we're talking about is an industrial, scientific, and medical ban that's been set aside both nationally and internationally, and it's been utilized widely in other industries. Some people refer it as you were calling it, Julian, but there are other frequencies that have secondary use for medical devices, and only one that's really primary, the wireless medical telemetry service down at, well, it starts at 608, 614, then goes up to 1400. There's the medical implant communication service that's now under Med Radio at 402 to 406. But have to back away from this and think about what we're dealing with. Most of the systems now are not only utilizing one form of wireless, but they have 2, 3, sometimes 4. Part of that is getting from a sensor on the body, perhaps, out to something like a platform that's like a cellular phone and then wirelessly out on a cellular network. Some are utilizing 2 or 3 technologies that are doing different functions at the same time or in a sequence of things that are dealing with these wireless issues as well. And one other point, if we come back to what we think coexistence is, coexistence and electromagnetic compatibility have overlap, but they're not the same. When you talked about your noise on your speaker, that's electromagnetic interference. Coexistence can be much more complex, especially if you're dealing with technologies operating in the same frequency band. And some of the wireless, popular wireless operate in the same frequency band under completely different rules, completely different allocations of channels. Some have ways that they can deal with somebody who's on a channel very quickly. Others are not so resilient in that respect, but are still dynamic. Some of the newer issues that FCC has been inquiring and issuing some rules about include listen before talk, so that you are able to get a clear spectrum when you, at least at that point in time, but you may have to wait for it some point in time. There's lots of issues here. It's not a ubiquitous, unique type of environment. It's very dynamic, very different, and we need to understand that. When I see perhaps submissions from medical device manufacturers that have utilized, for whatever reason or function, sometimes they're not clearly aware, and that's one of the reasons that the guidance was developed, what these issues are and how you need to address them. If you have a wireless function in a device, there's a standard electromagnetic compatibility test that's been 20, 30 years evolved. But if you don't have the wireless technology performing its function while you're doing that test, then you've missed perhaps a piece of that you need to include. That's not the same as doing a coexistence test, where you're now putting it into an environment where you do have these other interferers operating perhaps in the same frequency range that you're operating on. And I did think, just one example real quick of the remote control, wireless foot switches are used in controlling various things, dental apparatus, surgical tables, things typically that are in front of the person and not usually at great distances, but those can be utilized and are in medical devices these days.
And OR tables, height and tilt.
Exactly.
And,
exactly.
a few months ago in our lab, we worked on remote control of ventilators and infusion pumps to work on a research response to Ebola. So that with remote control, it could avoid entering the patient's room to adjust the infusion rate or to adjust ventilator settings. And we it's too early for a clinical deployment. We're still trying to understand the risk management of remote control for safety critical devices like that. But one of the questions that came up, obviously, is how would we evaluate that type of system to ensure that it would be safe prior or to deployment and during deployment? So I think of that in the scope of the innovation aspect. It's not only innovation around the radios and innovation around the communication aspects, but innovating clinical care pathways to meet modern challenges. How do we ensure that we can deploy those safely? So Phil, you're in the queue to respond, and then we have a question within the audience here, and then we have one by email.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of summarize. Don gave some great examples, and I say this not because I'm sitting in the FCC building, but I think there's good precedents and good best practices around freeing up spectrum, MBAN being another one. And as a subject matter expert, one of the things we talk about in terms of best practices is absolutely use the spectrum available to you. Don't put, talk about risk management, don't put everything in 2.4 gigahertz. So, unlicensed, licensed, protected spectrum, taking advantage of all of that is risk control measures or risk mitigation. So to answer the original Twitter question, absolutely, and I think the FCC has shown continued due diligence around making spectrum available, both unlicensed, protected, and whatnot.
Thank you. There was someone standing at the mic before who sat down. Please.
Dave Hoagland. This addresses both Phil and Sean. I've seen in my experience affects you, Sean, as the device companies assume this more is about wireless LAN. They assume that all the wireless LAN development that they're doing on the embedded adapters is all the same. And I think there's a real precedent that they have to test, validate, and verify beyond Wi-Fi certification, such as roaming algorithms, such as passing all the security supplicants. And then conversely, on the hospital side, before they go to deploy, I think there's a need for doing ecosystem testing to scale the architecture, number of devices, both voice, video, real-time monitoring, and fusion pumps. Doing that conversely will allow the systems as a whole to work better.
I would just say I'm in agreement.
Yeah, violent agreement. The Wi-Fi certification from the Wi-Fi Alliance is pretty paper thin, and from my perspective, I have not seen any real evidence that they're addressing the roaming and security issues, and those are the two biggest issues I run into with every new device that comes in. Roaming is, just by the way, if you have a different radio there versus when you connected here, and as you walk away, your signal gets weaker, and you have to roam at the right time, and that's a client decision for Wi-Fi. I can't fix that. That's a client decision. That's the way the protocol is written. Cellular networks are different. So now I have to test that device to make sure it does it. And it has to do it in a secure way using 802.1x and WPA2. Well, which security protocols does it do? Did it actually implement them right? I see system after system where they don't implement it right. And we have to go back to the manufacturer to say, so we found something. How can we help you resolve this? Because we're not putting it in, right, until these issues get resolved.
Yeah, this is to Sean. Wi-Fi tests, just the device primarily, Wi-Fi certification. And Phil, I spent 3 years running engineering at Wi-Fi Alliance, so I know how these systems are put together. But I will tell you, wireless broadband is getting ready to do interoperability testing. They haven't typically done that, and they'll do their roaming tests. So the whole ecosystem is starting to embrace interoperability.
So Mick, while you're at the mic, and we'll also have the team answer this, one of the questions that came in by email is, someone mentioned about testbed certification program. Is this something already in the market, or is it going to happen in the future? You just alluded to what's happening in the industry, and I saw a few folks ready to comment on the mic. So maybe responding to Mick's comments as well as to the email. Does anyone want to take that?
I'd like to know the details of the test, right? It goes back to what we talked about earlier. I would say initially, at least I could be wrong, but my perception was the Wi-Fi Alliance, well, we have a test program. What are you testing? Can you give me the test plan? Well, no, you have to be a member to get that. Okay, so you're telling me the thing's certified, and all I know is I'm having problems with it when I try to hook it up. So wait, what are you testing again? Right? So I'd love to know the detail, and if that work is being done, is it a bunch of manufacturers and chipset vendors coming together, or do you have some real, end users, people operating real networks with real problems? Are we informing those test cases? I'd love to help contribute to
Yeah,
that.
and I'll comment it on the next panel. I'm on the next panel, so I'm going to give it a little stick around for that one.
All right, well, I think the break is probably after that next, so you're probably safe. No, I'm not sure, actually. Don, do you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that we got in at least the piece of information that this is not new. This has been evolving over many years. Several standards groups, like the International Standards Organization, has a document for essentially risk management across a system, the 80001, which does have a specific document that one of the next panelists, Rick Hampton, helped write on wireless technology. That wasn't the first, and I'm hoping that won't be the last document in this area. There are several documents that have been evolving over many years, and there's a wealth of information that could be and should be looked at in the area of wireless medical devices, systems, healthcare. There's a lot of people who put a lot of time and effort into these documents, and I would encourage anybody here, anybody in the audience, anybody listening, to find out about these, and in fact, if you really want to help make the change, participate in them. That's where we get the changes. That's where we need to hear the new voices, the new understanding. Several organizations have stepped forward and have been formulated in the last few years, Carrie's organization and a few others that are related to that. Some of the manufacturers that have seen this and the need for it and have made tremendous strides in putting together organizations that do, in fact, some of them have their own certifications. And several of these are really making strides to help understand this, to help formulate those basic definitions that Steve was mentioning, and formulate some basic frameworks by which this can move forward.
Thank you, Don. Steve is going to make some comments and wrap up, and then I'll conclude, and that'll be the end of the session. And yes, there is a break between sessions, by the way. Okay.
Very good. Well, excellent discussion. Very, very interesting. Let me just throw out a few things that stuck in my mind. It seems to me one is that there's not a single problem, but a family of problems to be addressed. And the issues are multidisciplinary and interrelated in complex ways. We've got some ontological systems to be understood if we're going to solve these problems. I think it's clear that wireless is not just adding a new function, but it's extending systems, certainly geographically. We've heard it talking about healthcare moving more into the home, but in other ways as well, and creating new relationships between disciplines that perhaps didn't relate so much in the past. And finally, as Don said, we have international conformity assessment processes. The challenge is how to apply that most appropriately to a distributed healthcare delivery system.
Thank you, Steve. First of all, thank you to all the panelists and to the audience and all those out in video land that submitted their questions. It's good to get, without that, we can tend to get stuck in our own thinking, so it's important to be challenged. And I think that the award for the best phrase of the morning goes to the challenge of managing systems is like continuously painting the bridge. So that's, I think I got some messages about that, and it's painful, isn't it? But that is the nature of life. Also, another key message this morning is the notion that the test bed is a tool, or maybe a family of tools for risk management. And I think Don emphasized that point, as did everyone else. We also should keep in mind that this is an activity that is intended to facilitate innovation in healthcare. So it's not just about solving yesterday's problems. Test beds have to be something that help us pave the way for the future, for greater adoption of wireless to facilitate clinical workflow and equipment management and all that's needed, both in the home and in the hospital. And finally, it was mentioned, but not often enough, that in the end, we have to think about patient safety. Ultimately, we're trying to deliver healthcare wherever we're trying to deliver that, or empower people to take care of their own health if we're not delivering it through a healthcare delivery organization. And so ultimately, it's the safety of the people in the process that matters most. So I think that's a wrap. Thank you. There's a break now with FCC is, what did you, big snacks, donuts, none of the above?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate this one.
All right, did you catch the part where they mentioned how many standards they've already been using? Did you catch the ISM bands that are in the Synergy Tech Metric PDF, Industrial, Scientific, and Medical? When Rumble Dad let me know about showing this, he said, everything you have been talking about, everything that is inside of the Synergy Tech Metric PDF for a while now, there it is. Oh, and it's exactly right. Wireless medical telemetry service, medical implant communications service, human body communication, ultra wideband. They didn't mention HBC, they mentioned ultra wideband. Yeah, because that's what it is and that's how it works. Additionally, excuse me just a moment. I want you, but I don't want to be taken to, hang on. I'm looking for something specific from the ITU, and sometimes when we recently went over biotelemetrics. Yes, I know you're from 2004. Hang on. From the ITU on the channel right now, we went over vital signs down telephone lines, which is right here. And when he said 80,000 series from that International Standards Organization, that's exactly what he's talking about. And I'm trying to find the exact file. Excuse me a moment. So I'm going to stop this live stream. We're going to be starting another one in a little bit. I'm working on the PDF for all of this to make it easier for our researchers, our doctors and nurses who are helpful, the quiet ones and the loud ones, because it is embarrassing professionally. It is completely embarrassing from the level of the United States to have the majority of people focused on little green men and telling each other that the queue in the med beds are coming, when in reality, it is the same system, whether for our digital ID, our electronic corridors, it's all the same system. And that is why here on the channel, we have been busting our butts to try to get professionals to start talking, even though they keep telling us, well, the public doesn't need to know. And our response to that is pretty much, well, if they don't know, that's why they're believing the queue and look in the queue and looking for little green men, etc. And that's not appropriate. I don't understand why they seem to prefer so much mysticism and scaring people about the National Nanotechnology Initiative and all this industry, with these vital signs being across the different channel allocation, like you heard him talking about. And we've talked about that from the biomedical engineer positioning. I also do not understand, given that this was 10 years ago, why it is that our channel was harassed so heavily by the alleged people who were out there to tell people the truth. I got nothing. I have no idea why. I mean, less than zero. And the people that said, well, it must have been the bow in your hair or some other ad hominem garbage. No, that's not why. Because now it's embarrassing for them. So you would think you wouldn't do that. Okay, hang on one more second. Yeah, because I know 80,000 is the big standard. Okay. And in our small class chat on the Odyssey channel, if there are, yeah, I know that's what it is. Okay. If there are any questions, let me know. So here we are for ITU-TX.1094, specifying new and secure telebiometric authentication methods using biosignals. ITU biotelemetry refers to the International Telecommunications Union's role in standardizing and regulating wireless biotelemetry systems, which are used to remotely transmit biological data. The ITU's regulations influence the design and implementation of these systems, particularly regarding frequencies like the 402 to 405 megahertz band, megahertz medical implant communication system band, to ensure they are efficient and safe for medical and research purposes. Biotelemetry is the remote measurement and transmission of biological data like heart rate, blood pressure, or body temperature from a distance. It has applications in health care for monitoring patients inside or outside a hospital, and in scientific research for studying animals in their natural habitats. How the ITU is involved: standardization, frequency allocation, regulatory influence. So I think that's a new one, because the ones we went over had to do with this over here, which is from 2004 X181 or 1081. Yep. There's the update. And I think this is the one we went over. Hang on. So the 2004 amendment. Title. No, it wasn't you. It's a different one. I don't know why I'm not finding that right away. Hang on. Yep, in 2004, update in 2011. It takes you right to a PDF. Yeah, this way. The telebiometric multimodal model for the security and safety aspects of telebiometrics. Protocol identification, security protocols, layer management objects, conformance testing, model measurement, model management. The telebiometric multimodal model X.1081 with your ITU, and the ISO standards, that's where the 80,000 comes in, for making sure they're using the same standards of measurement and the same symbols for what they're using. Okay, hang on. The telebiometric multimodal model specified in this recommendation can: A, assist with the derivation of safe limits for the operation of telecommunication systems and biometric devices. B, provide a framework for developing a taxonomy of biometric devices. C, facilitate the development of authentication mechanisms based on both static, for example, fingerprints, and dynamic, for example, gait or signature pressure variation attributes of a human being. Excuse me. Many issues of safe levels in telecommunication systems in debate today, for example, privacy, biometric authentication, and radiation protection, can be resolved using tables based on the model developed in this recommendation and applying the best current scientific knowledge. Telecommunication equipment manufacturers require solid foundations for their specifications, accepting liabilities only to the levels of best of current knowledge. The telebiometric multimodal model here, defined here, can be used to provide specifications relating to safety issues, security issues, biometric authentication issues, and privacy issues. April 2004. There is a video on the channel that goes over the other one. Where's it? There it is. ISO IEC 80,000. Okay, so it was right. The link is right on the other one too. So quantities and units so that you're using the same standards of measurements. And as the man said, they've been at this a really long time. That other paper is 2004. Standards are updated in a very precise working group fashion so that everybody knows worldwide what everybody is measuring in the same way. This document gives general information and definitions concerning quantities, systems of quantities, units, quantity and unit symbols, and coherent unit systems, especially the International System of Quantities. And there's your Agenda 2030 goals. The principles laid down in this document are intended for general use within the various fields of science and technology and as an introduction to other parts of this international standard, and does not cover ordinal qualities and nominal properties. Okay. And these changes or rather these standards go out there with an ISO definition for everything you can think of. See it? 80,000-1, -2, -3, -4. Acoustics. This is the one that comes up in our paper and in the video that I have on the channel. I will leave a link to it here if you want to revisit it. I think it's kind of boring, but maybe it isn't to some of you. So let me double check, make sure everybody can hear me. Hey, Karen, thanks for hanging out in the Rumble chat. How we doing, our typical advanced class over here? Hey, good morning, Ivor, or Ivor, however you say that. Good morning, Mac. Good morning, Exposing Truth. Electromagnetism, which superseded ISO 31-5 as well as IEC 627-1. And that's part 6. It gives names, symbols, and definitions for quantities and units of electromagnetism, an interaction that occurs between particles with electric charge via electromagnetic fields. Bioelectromagnetics. That's right. Remember, this is the one for those of you that were with us about the no-no sphere. The biosphere, 3.2.4, a 1 meter radius sphere surrounding a person. When associated with multimodal security and safety measures, it is called the personal privacy sphere and may have human means to protect its privacy and ensure its safety. Part of that is the black box protection as well. Good morning, S Nebula. So essentially, here's where we're at. Yep, this is the right one. Yeah, for April 2004. So what you heard him reference when he said 80,000 there towards the end, that's these standards, so that they can measure with bioelectromagnetics, like I was showing earlier. Hang on a moment, I'll go grab the other one. Not the free space optical, not you. This is what happens when I get too many tabs open. Oh, just the ANSI standard. It is here. It should be. This is why on the channel, I've been trying really hard to stick to measurements because it's easy to show. When we are talking about measurements, we should not be arguing with foolishness. Kind of like, it's a med bed. How does it work? My military man friend said the magical Q waves a wand. Okay, that's not real. So why are we hearing that coming out of grown adults? Why are we hearing it's not here, they're still building it, when we're in 6G test beds? Why is it that they are unable to admit a system that any of them by now could have looked into and done exactly what those of us who just spent the last 3 days and every waking moment between myself, Corinne, and Rumble Dad, non-vaxxer 420, this is uploaded on his library. Me, I have a new PDF. I've still got things scheduled for Tuesday. And what did we end up hearing? The same thing that's in the Synergy Tech Metric PDF, that's been there for 2 years, the same thing that we're seeing with all the standards, and we're up to date. And like I said, I went over it at the end of my Hillbilly Heart Live, but we have new interoperability standards. Excuse me a moment. So I was not surprised. I was just, as usual, disappointed, because when you're waiting on other people that everyone's watching with their eyeballs, and you're the one getting yelled at and made fun of and slandered all the time. Oh, that's what happens when you put your face on the internet, not to the degree that some of us have had to tolerate, because you people don't want to talk about your jobs, which is really, 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 really frustrating. Why? Well, let's go to February 2019. Smart energy system for human body control. Playing with your neurons again. Consumer body heat exchange. This is part of what they were talking about when he said it's not the human body temperature, because temperature in a WBAN is really important. How did I end up here? 802.19.3 is a recommended practice standard that provides guidelines for that coexistence they're talking about, because we have an update to the 802.15.4 wireless systems in that sub-gigahertz frequency band. They've been locking down the different frequency bands with standards, which is normal. This is also your high data rate Wi-Fi. Now listen, to normal people, they're like, dude, that's a lot of numbers. What does it mean? Well, that's how they're using the smart meter on the side of your house to take your vital signs. Excuse me? Yeah, physical layer specifications for you being tethered via the microgrid to the power grid. It is what it is. I told you that before. It's on Non-Vaxxer 420's library and mine, talking about the spider and the LoRa. Speaking of the LoRa, pardon me, COVID WBAN. And I recently mentioned, why would you be disrupting the bioelectrical homeostasis of the human body when you think they have this terrible virus? And at the end there, what did they say? Well, we're testing the ability to remotely operate a ventilator for Ebola and Marburg. Well, he didn't say Marburg. They said Ebola. And we want to be able to not have to physically go in. Okay. So here we are with the COVID WBAN in 2021. To prevent coronavirus disease from spreading, the regular identification and monitoring of infected patients, excuse me, computer, is needed. In this regard, wireless body area networks can be used in conjunction with machine learning, that's the bioelectromagnetic algorithm, and the Internet of Things to identify, those are the wireless sensor networks reporting as well, to identify and monitor the human body for health-related information, which can in turn aid in the early diagnosis of disease. This paper proposes a novel coronavirus body area network model based on the Internet of Things technology as a real-time health monitoring system for the detection of the early stages of the coronavirus infection using a number of wearable biosensors to examine the health status of the patient. The proposed COVID model is tested with all these different algorithms. And like you heard him explaining, we want to make sure, like with Ebola, we have a remote ventilation and other systems, thus your terahertz med beds as well. And to address this issue, a long-range LoRa-based Internet of Things program is used to receive biosensor signals from the patient and transmit them to the cloud directly for monitoring. I feel like I'm going to have to start doing this every time now as well. What happens when you disrupt the bioelectrical homeostasis in humans? This is not the only way, our little AI answer, that I can answer you. Science Direct, remotely disturbing bioelectrical homeostasis promotes cancer cell apoptosis because there are very specific ways to change out your cellular bioelectricity. And on the whole, disrupting human bioelectrical homeostasis can lead to disease by causing cellular malfunction as the body struggles to maintain its internal balance. Bingo card time. Hybrid security protocol from 2011 from Cambridge and Oxford for police detectives. Digital forensics network security 2011 with adherence to HIPAA, like we've talked about many times. Right here in the introduction with your MIT, Carnegie, Stanford, Harvard, and they said we are adherent. Most of medical data collected over W-bands is extremely sensitive. HIPAA. And you keep going down and it will tell you about the outline of the paper, the W-band architecture. And keep going down, it shows you a picture. There's your diagram. And you keep reading about eavesdropping, interception, interruption, communication, and jamming. And you're going to find out that in section 3.3, a malicious intruder may inject a false node on the human body, ignoring the user's approval. This node can insert, change, or delete the information transmitted between nodes and W-bands and utilize in a denial of service attack or a man-in-the-middle attack, and those are hacking phrases or terminology, if the private healthcare data of a patient is modified in a wireless body area network. He or she can get a wrong disease or be unaware about the disease, and this result can be a great disaster or happen as a great disaster. Additionally, whether it's our undergraduate degrees at the Cambridge or anywhere else, given that we're now back in 2025. See, we were just spending like 2 hours or so in 2015 listening to the same things that we've said on this channel properly with the same proper college textbook and all the rest. And now we're back here 10 years forward with new updates, interoperability, and deployment. So the undergraduate degree for students at Cambridge with engineering is the Internet of Bio-Nano Things and enabling technologies such as biosensors, wearables, drug delivery systems, microfluidic systems, bioelectronics, and what? A biocyber or a neural or a molecular, interface, and a molecular and nano machines. So I've got a biocyber and neural interfaces. I haven't really taken folks into the neural interfaces too far yet because we still have people out there who are professionals scaring the crap out of everybody. It's a bioweapon. Well, it could be used that way, or it could be the same biocyber interface system that they've been playing with since 2014 with molecular communication. See, these people are selling you photonic terahertz products, patches, quantum wands, uses the same system. And then there's the nanotechnology side. It's my supplement. Yeah, it's biotechnology with nanotechnology. Oh, no. Yeah, and anything that you sell is FDA Internet of Medical Things back-ended for your safety, by the way. It's a biocyber interface that for the digital twin can log in at the cellular level. And you would think it's like pulling teeth. They will not admit that these are deployed professional healthcare 4.0 systems, which is weird because it came out of the White House in the beginning of the year. We already knew it was there because they've been working on it since 2011. Every time I turn around, there's more updates. Like I said, in the next series of interoperability, we have to go over the new updates for the 802.15.4G so that they have even more connectivity, which you just heard them explaining between themselves. That is for coexistence. so that the signals stay separated and clean and it doesn't overheat your tissue, so that they can target very specific areas. Hang on, Corinne. I'm looking for, I need to grab from, I hope, our general chat, the paper that you put down with a really good diagram. It had an AI video attached to it, and it delineated the network physiolome really, really well. And we have a Department of Energy upgrade. I mean, why is it that the disabled person up here and the single dad in Canada, why are we the only ones that are willing to admit healthcare 4.0? Does somebody want to let the president, RFK, and all of these standards organizations know that the people that live in the United States do not believe in them, that they're waiting on the little green men? I mean, it's embarrassing. There's no reason to do it. It's easy to verify. Instead of running around and sounding crazy, telling people the worst possible things, scaring them every day, and then turning to us and saying, you people are terrifying. No, you are, because you keep telling stories instead of taking people to where all the hard work has been done for decades, which they also said in that previous little thing. And it's true. As soon as I heard him say 80,000 with the ISO standards, I'm like, oh, I know what that is. Corinne, I can't find it. Because I think it's a couple days back. See the other things I need to pull forward too. So, hang on. Let me check the chat. Okay, let me see if I can find the other one. Oh, thank you, lady. Yep, that's the one. Haha, awesome sauce. Thank you. So, towards wearable sensing-based precise and rapid responding system for the early detection of a future pandemic, August 2023, Connected Health and Telemedicine. Now, I'm just going to scroll down here for a minute. Yes, we're going to go over more of this. A summary of wearable technologies for monitoring of COVID patients. You got your finger Aura ring, your wristband or Apple Watch, face mask, smartphones, neck patch, your shirt for a cough signal. The other ones are for temperature. And they're all listed out here. Okay, hang on. Neck patch, chest patch, armband, smartwatch, clip type nail sensing, smart ring, smart textile, smart ear devices or glasses, and your mask. All smart materials, for example. And then, or did they, let's see. We have language processing techniques with voice recognition. That's normal. Talking to your Siri, your Alexa, your Chat GPT, physiological health data from the wearables, what the Chat GPT is telling you. This is precision AI healthcare, folks. Didn't come out of nowhere. And here's your network physiolome right there. General health, cardiovascular, respiratory, kidneys, musculoskeletal, metabolic and endocrine, coagulation, skin, gastrointestinal, nervous system, to the medical imaging tests, wearables, molecular tests, artificial intelligence, and there's your wearable, contact tracing, quarantine, smart doctor, smart nurse. Those are not humans. And it was that lady on the Talk Tick who was talking about 5 years of this and how wonderful it was. Hang on. I'm looking for my little TikTok video now too. And this is why this has to somehow, some way, I'm hoping that our community can help other people start learning as soon as possible, because I do not believe, as a lot of people do, no offense to them, but they believe there's going to be some huge, big thing that happens. And then everybody's going to know because they're going to, graphene a bunch of people and all this. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think they're going to do that. But they need a big event. No, they don't. They've been busy with individual test beds for a while. and nobody bothered to interrupt them. So they've been busy deploying standards. Excuse me, one more moment. Just double checking. Deploying lots of standards. And I put that firmly at the feet of all these psychological operations that have been going on under the excuses of, well, we got to slow walk it. You think 10 years is long enough to tell people how their Fitbit works? Sorry, 30? I mean, there comes a point when you're coddling people past the point of being helpful. No different than children. There's a range here, okay? And nobody's being realistic, and you've wasted so much time with the storytelling and the endless scaring people. They don't want to learn. They don't know what to believe, and I don't blame the public, because every time I hear other people talking, it's always complete noise that never lines up with what ends up deployed, which is why people get scared, because they can't match up anything they've been told unless they're believing in fantasy. Fantasy they cannot verify with the FCC or the FDA. That's where the problem is. I still can't find my TikTok now either. All right, well, I will grab it. What? Nope, I found it. Ha ha. Never give up, never surrender. Okay, so to put this into full perspective now, here is some innocent random person talking about the Rural Health Transformation Act. That's what I was pointing out earlier. Pardon my nose. That's how I found the other interoperability standards too. Where are you at? Rural Health Transformation. This is when RFK Jr. was in Congress going, put your wearable on. We are going to get to every hospital. We have digital nurses. Everything is working awesome. Yeah, because they've been working on it for 10 years worldwide. Woohoo! It didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't happen. Oh, we have biomedical engineers that read the inside of people with the biosensors. Yeah, it's not new. It's been upgraded. And $50 billion just this year passed for all these incentives. But the injected, they're the ones that just got injected. No, the biocyber interface system is in development. There's, in my opinion, because everyone always asks me, well, then why did they need the shocks? They're load balancing body area networks. Not everybody needs the same amount of medical oversight. So they're testing back and forth to see how much is needed and where they can put that data on that big old spectrum the FCC is watching over to make sure the data is accurate, protected, HIPAA compliant, etc. That's why I get angry with your narrative drivers, and to a greater degree, the people underneath your narrative drivers who don't know any better. So they repeat the Q operation crap, and everybody just gets upset because you can't talk to people who believe in fairy tales. You can talk to people who are willing to read a diagram or go, oh, I understand what the AM/FM radio is. Oh, you mean like modulation? Oh, sure. Our bodies are electrical. It's just signals. It depends on the level of your comprehension, what industries you're familiar with. But no storytelling or aliens ever needed to be involved. This is biology on the Wi-Fi. Check it out.
Do y'all think it's a good idea to replace ICU monitoring with wearables? Because that's where we're at. So I am flabbergasted. I was given access to a panel, which is actually posted publicly on YouTube, so I can talk about this. It has nothing to do with anything proprietary. And again, it's posted publicly on YouTube. So for anybody who knows me professionally and is like, let this be your disclaimer. So this panel was on the rural health transformation planning people involved, which was a lot of companies, a lot of legislators. They did a panel, they had people speaking about it, yada, yada, yada. In this panel, everyone's like laughing. It's like a good old boys club of them being like, wasn't it so great that we got our feet under ourselves and got a plan together that's so well thought out and like pretty and clear and easy to read and follow, and everything's all set so quickly? And then they laughed like a lot. make of that what you will. Then they go on to talk about like their new tech and why it's helpful and how it will reduce human labor in healthcare visits, reduce the cost of healthcare. It will also reduce the need of them to transfer to escalated larger level hospitals. It also is going to like replace vital monitoring essentially. So instead of having a nurse come do vital checks or other low level tasks that can be replaced by wearable technology, they're going to, which can also include like imaging apparently. So like all of this is just like a thing. And they're like, yeah, so we've been working on this for the past 5 years. The Rural Health Transformation Project is not that old. So that was interesting. Then they're also like, wow, we love McKinsey. They have a great report on AI and data and how this is actually a great return on investment because if everybody pulls all their data together, there's less of a cost for each person who's interacting with it. And they were meaning states in this instance. So like instead of a state having their own healthcare tech, they were like, pull in with other states and then you'll share it and it'll be a better return on investment. And then they were like, we also are interested in data shareability and creating a God's eye view with another company that I won't name. If I had to guess, it starts with a P and ends with a tier. But anyways, so all of that is just so interesting. And then they're like, yeah, we also have a contract with the DoD and all the ICU beds will now be virtual ICU beds with the wearable tech because your life isn't important enough for a nurse to come monitor your vitals.
I didn't say it. Your employee over here said it. And the only reason I know how to explain it with the terahertz band is because of being in all these standards and working groups, looking for any which direction I could find to explain to people. You don't need to be afraid. Hopefully you can be informed. Vital signs with THZ, terahertz beds. And I know that's what they are. And I knew that was what they were doing because since 2011, the standards worldwide from 2004, the ISO 80,000 of all kinds, they're all doing the same thing. And for some reason, and I don't understand this, I really, really don't. Okay. Well, but the Q said, excuse me, the military is who developed these systems, people. That's how I saw some of this when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. And everybody went, no, you're crazy. Yeah, because research and development has changed. Or maybe I just decided I had no desire to sit around and be depressed and cry. And I thought, well, I'm going to do my best to figure it out. So I started reading. I started watching different things like you find on Non-Vaxxer 420's channel. And I want to highlight that before we sign off here for a little bit. Because when you take initiative yourself, you will not be disappointed. You don't need to know everything. In fact, I would encourage you to start with wherever you're familiar, but I would not sit there and be afraid. Introduction to the terahertz and its applications, IEEE, Technology, Science, Society. Here's one of my versions of it showing you different things. I knew it was the terahertz mainly because of the older networks with the MEMS as well. I'm like, wait a minute, you guys have had this for a while. Pacemakers are from the 50s forward. That's why I went into Usenix and other spaces and places. 1971 W-band with remote telemetry, which I have NASA server documents from 1978 coming with that too. And I went, oh, that makes sense. You guys just upgraded it. See, here's the biotelemetrics stuff that I was just looking at. I bet he's got it highlighted on the page. Yep. Facilitate the development of authentication mechanisms based on both static and all that. Yep, exactly what I was reading to you. So it wasn't because I had to take a guess. It was because I knew it's intra-body communication. And I knew and I know that that's been around for a long time for healthcare, which is why I started out right away. Hey, SRA community, medical implant communication service. Hello. This stuff has been around. You don't have to be afraid. It's not voice to skull. And some people would not let go because that old terminology had been promised to them that someday they'd have a lawsuit or someday they would admit the testing they've been doing. And I advised them way back then in 2022. I said I wouldn't. I would get busy learning, because the problem, I think, is that you're expecting people in business and industry today, like that girl we're watching talk about this stuff, you're expecting them to be apologetic for something that happened only to you here in our example, or even only to me. Why would they do that? This is the new Healthcare 4.0, and everybody's just so excited in 2018. The White House is excited. Congress is excited. We have all these professional nurses. They're excited. And instead of telling people this is something that we're doing in the hospitals, that our biosignals telemetry has been worked out for a long time now, and we don't need a patent. We can see it very clearly in multiple ways with international standards. We don't have to sit here and wait for the CNN. There we are. Contact less patient monitoring using radar, which we have a bunch of that with the human activity recognition radar as well. Should see what they've got going on in the NICU. And as I said, that has to do with different skin susceptibility, making sure the baby doesn't get more sick with a weakened immune system. And the truther, now called the grifter community, all they told people was they want to kill everybody. It's depopulation. Rawr. And then they looked at me and non-vaxxer and said, how dare you read MDPI white papers? You're scaring people. And we're going, dude, I ain't afraid because I don't have a pacemaker. And even if I did, I'm still not afraid because I can see what the connectivity is. I'd be more afraid if I had cryptocurrency, because those cryptocurrency networks, dude, you have a ton of networks coming and going out of your internet of booties, your own posterior. So here in closing, I want to say thank you to all the people that decided to be courageous and educate themselves. And when I get back, we're going to go over the network physiolome further. I want to say thank you to Corinne for finding this paper. Like I said, it has great pictures. Please call it what it is. When you hear people use the word bioweapon, please keep in mind that innocent college students are going to school for these technologies. And regardless of your personal opinion, it is a technology, but it could be weaponized. Every single tool, which is what technology is, it's a tool, can be weaponized. But if you go out there screaming at people, oh, nanobots, instead of telling them nano.gov, 25 years, you're, in my opinion, you are endangering other people. They are not, they're like 20, 25. They're working these jobs. And sometimes people say they're heartless, they're reptilian. No, they're not. They're people that don't have your perspective. And they could be totally clueless to a whole bunch of different types of like the biofield or any other than using it as the morphogenetic field, the quantum field, because nobody ever said anything for like 100 years. So there's a big learning curve there as well. Use the same terminology as Cambridge and Oxford. I don't want to hear bioweapon. It's been 5 years. Yes, we've lost a lot of people. But if your Deagle report and your fear mongering were real, we would have lost a lot more. And everybody else would be like, oh, what's going on? Because 100 million people died or 200 million or whatever. So instead, we have transhumanism, human 2.0, human augmentation, and that is a biocyber interface using your body and using things that are commonly known to a lot of people. Your Bluetooth, you heard them talk about that 10 years ago again. The Bluetooth is right there in visible light communication. That's why I got angry with your radio frequency scaremongers. And I said, why didn't you tell them? Why did you lie to them and let them believe it's boogada boogada? Rather than that's the system that we use to make sure people are safe and not being hacked by their medical device or even your phone jumping the signal into your body. No, we're just going to say the aliens are doing it. It's so disrespectful, human to human. So it's a biocyber interface, biological, to cyber, bio to digital convergence. You are electrical. Yeah, so's the internet. You are photonic. Yeah, so are their post-quantum networks. There's no magical white hat system. You have one big engineered system, and then you have tiers of secure access with need to know. Separate conversation. Videos are archived on Synergy on the Rumble. But if we can get enough people to admit jobs, hopefully we can work together.
That's where we are. I love living in modern society in 2025. Globalization's so much fun and technology's so great. Have the day you deserve.
Because it's already finished. The Agenda 2030 system is done. They are way, way into the C40 agenda. So it's a biodigital convergence. It is not a bioweapon. It could be used that way, like anything else, but it is not a bioweapon. It is a biocyber interface. If you continue to watch other people who are unable to delineate for you where you can read about it on your own or discern how you want to handle it for your own body in your own home, I would suggest turn them off, maybe only catch a couple things so that you can salvage your neurons that fire together, wire together. It is very important, folks. You have got to preserve your peace. All right, now I'm going to double check the chat, and then we're going to end this live for now. And I will be back later. We're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to go right into the next panel. And then hopefully I'll have a PDF by then with the new standards. The dictionary with code words and terms. We do have one of those. It was written by a professor in, I think, Canada, but I'm not quite sure if he's in Canada. His name is Dr. Whitehouse. Is it Whitehouse? Thinking of his first name. Sorry. He made this for our channel, and it has all the different terms: biodigital convergence, bioelectromagnetism, etc. He called it the Devil's Dictionary. Dr. Anab Whitehouse. Amazing man, fantastic reference. Dr. Whitehouse actually interviewed with the TI community's Len Burr, is it? Dr. Burr over there? Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. It was a gift. He actually did 2 other ones for us too. I'm trying to pull them from the site because I've just been so incredibly busy. My firewall let me know. But yeah. The amazing amount of researchers and people that have pulled together worldwide. On our channel, we are very international. Because that's what it's been taking. All the other people, they just wanted a good story and a campfire and sit there and let it all go on. So myself and non-vaxxer, given that we both have children, we're like, whoa, does anybody care? And we found a lot of people that care. But as I mentioned, when all you can do is scream and yell about aliens and bioweapon and the end of the world. That was the other thing that really threw me. All of a sudden, these same people that refused to bring up Agenda 2030, the biodigital convergence, they're the same people that will throw platitudes of scripture at you and tell you not to learn anything, don't read anything, just sit there, because Jesus is going to be here any minute. Then we had that big rapture thing on the talk tick, and some people gave away cars, their house, all sorts of stuff, and they're still here, just missing their homes and, their vehicles. It's actually very, very sad. Oh, you're welcome, Karen. Can you type approximately when you'll be back? About 6 hours, I would say. Right around noon my time. It's 6 a.m. here. Oh, blessings. Thank you to our people on the X reposting things. Always appreciate that. And I'll put the dictionary or the link to the dictionary on the X too. So I hope you feel emboldened. I hope you feel uplifted. As I was saying, the people that want to do fear, they won't go here. It's where all our tax dollars have went. It's very easy to talk about in proper terminology so that people are not surprised. They know how it upgraded and came together, because most people will admit they know what a Fitbit is. Okay. They're not afraid of their Wi-Fi. They've been hearing crazy crap for 5 years. Oh, one other thing. I saw a comment fly by and it said, well, I don't consent. Well, they don't care. To that person, I would heavily recommend. I had done a Booma show with the fact that the FDA waived your right to consent 2 years ago. And that is, am I one more page over? I didn't think it was that far. There are you. Yeah, it is. That is here with our cognitive digital twins, healthcare 4 and 5.0, where you're the human in a box connected to the power grid. Okay. And inside are the Pentagon articles so that you can see where these decisions were made in Congress with proper source materials. And your Federal Register here again with the final rule allowing an exemption from the requirement to obtain informed consent. And this rule was effective January of 2024. Because they've been doing this for so long with the biosensors, as we just sat through listening to updates and upgrades 10 years ago, and HR 238, as well as the Cures Act, some cybersecurity from the FDA itself and their Office of Digital Transformation. And I guarantee you, if you go to these different FDA places and spaces, you will understand this transition to digital healthcare is not new. This is what they've been working on. This is the biodigital convergence with your digital twin. You're not turning it off. Nobody is turning off missile defense, ripping pacemakers and cochlear earbuds out of people. Biosensors are made out of your own cells. You cannot cleanse all your blood out of your body. You cannot cleanse all your cells out of your body. So anybody that tells you to get on constant cleansing regimens or constant supplements or a magic paperweight on your desk or a magic amulet or a magic potion, they are wrong. Why are they doing that? I don't know. I'm not them, but they are fundamentally ill-informed. The biosensors are sensor systems, are built right into your healthcare using your own body. It is not, the system does not use some magical frequency you can block. The system does not use anything less than you. Biosignals are individual to more than just your DNA, your gait, your heartbeat, your breath, your pulse. And that's exactly how they are making the algorithms to route that data coming out of the body through the internet. Some research shows the security for biosensors implanted in the human body, and they show that the biosensors have to make use of cryptographic algorithms to encrypt the data they send to the control node, and the random number, which is used in that encryption security protocols, can be generated by biometrics such as heart rate and pulse. That would be your heart rate and pulse and or gait, etc., etc. So when somebody tells you that there is no WBAN, it's all fear porn, the biodigital convergence is fear porn. Yeah, go tell that to Cambridge in their engineering department. I want to see that. When you're sitting there on the keyboard and you're all ready to jump up and down and scream and yell, I want to see you embarrass yourself in front of these college students and all these professors. And how about 10 years ago, right there with all those professionals? Because I'll tell you, in one side, a silver lining, if you're from our community, you're probably just sitting there going, holy crap, that's exactly what we were reading about. Oh my gosh, that's exactly what we read about and what you said and what we watched. And yep, still all works the same way. Yep, with some extra interoperability with our quantum communication and neural interfaces too. And when it comes to disclosure, I'm very tentative because their idea of disclosure is another Steven Spielberg movie. I don't think the continuity of government has any interest whatsoever in giving up control. I think that they're going to scare the crap out of people in pockets. This is opinion. And they're going to do what they're going to do with their smart cities to get to the cognitive cities and then the mega regions for 2050. That's what it looks like to me. Because if there was going to be a real disclosure, you wouldn't be, meaning anybody, wouldn't be surprised by anything I present. They would know they're tethered to the cloud. They would know about the CoV-W ban. They would know about their biofield. They would know about regenerative medicine. It would be no big deal. And we're still getting a bunch of people freaking out every 5 minutes going, I mean, even this lady, and she works there. And she's like,
Little boys club of them.
They did this for 5 years. They're really good with it. You're not even going to have a nurse checking on you. It's all remote. Yeah. And your med beds, you can put in vital signs with terahertz beds. I'll do some more digging on this so I can get more information so that hopefully people can stop running in circles and, waiting for the ascension. It's just very strange. And I wish I had a better answer, folks, as to the why. I don't. But I'm very grateful for every single one of you here. Hopefully you can allay the fear of your loved ones and feel a whole lot better about whatever it is that happens next in your world, and enjoy the rest of your day. If I see you around noon, awesome. If not, I understand. All right, Molly, I'm playing your song. Mark 5:36. Amen, folks.
Yo, hey, it goes science. Yeah, science is amazing. But not to me though, cause I'm sick of waiting. I've been patient, I really have, I've been reasonable. Now it's time to say what I needed to. Cheers science, cheers for the iPods, white goods, yeah, thank you for the cyborgs. Top work on the light bulb, that was quite cool. But where's my hoverboard? Yeah, I mean I know you've been busy. No hoverboards just seems a bit sweet. I got a brand new computer and a big screen. I guess Back to the Future was a dictate. And I can't be the only one. Or maybe everyone forgot, but I'm holding on. The hovercraft was a solid start, should have stuck with it. Hoverboard, where the fuck is it? I just wanna let you know you let me down. I said I just wanna let you know you let me down. I said when I was just a kid at a tender age, and I was thinking about tomorrow and the better day. I just wanna let you know you let me down. Look, it goes robots doing jobs that we don't want. Botox women looking more like robots. It's so odd. Everybody's getting nose jobs, looking more like aliens with their clothes off. Hold up. I just had a new thought. What if UFOs are just us from the future coming back in time to sightsee, or might be to snatch women? Tell them to bring some hoverboards back with me. Yeah, when I was a kid I nearly threw a fit. I got a skateboard, shit. I was curious, like, what's the deal? What the hell am I supposed to do with this? It's got wheels, yeah, I can't clean the cube with this, man. Science will sort it out, hopefully. I don't want to roll around the ground like a nobody. I want to sew up on a board made of pure science. I'm still saving up my dollars for a hoverboard. I just want to let you know you let me down. I said I just want to let you know you let me down. Yeah. I said when I was just a kid at a tender age, and I was thinking about tomorrow and the better days. And I just want to let you know you let me down.
Hey, little girl, look, I'm being chased by this Biff dude. I need to borrow your little scooter thing. Check this out. Grip, there goes your handlebars. Oh, man, hoverboard.
You can take a jetpack when the jet's packed. A rocket with a chest strap seems like a death trap, so forget that. Just give me the damn hoverboard. No one have to do another monologue. The other day I drew a little rough design on a serviette. So now all you have to do is make it work and shit. Let's get some magnets and a piece of wood and glue them on. But I'm not trying to tell you people how to do your job. Just keep the drawings and I'll be back in the morning to check whether you're dawdling. You're sure to win awards are at the most awesomest idea since the DeLorean. Be sure to try to make one and travel over water with. And yeah, I thought I saw him on Beyond 2000. I'm pretty sure that we're beyond that now, man. I know I'm rambling, but fucking hell, science. I just want a hoverboard before I'm too old to ride it. I just wanna let you know you let me down. I said I just wanna let you know you let me down. Yeah. I said when I was just a kid at a tender age, and I was thinking about tomorrow and the better day. Right. I just wanna let you know you let me down. Look, they bombarding us with long articles about the Hadron Collider, trying to find the God particle, and everybody's arguing about whether or not to clone people or keep it to farmyard animal shit. Double them up, triple them, fuck the discipline. Grab a bunch of rabbits and slap all the lipstick on them you want. Yeah, maybe high heels to match. It's what playing God is for. Hoverboard. I just wanna let you know you let me down. I said I just wanna let you know you let me down. I said when I was just a kid at a tender age, and I was thinking about tomorrow and the better day. I just wanna let you know you let me